Yeah, it's been good. One of male comedians on your pod. Yeah. You ever hook up with? Yeah. How'd that go for you? Regret or were able? A few have been regret. You would regret. Yeah. Damn! Wow, you are signed up about stuff like this. Want to do us? Part of history. How's the Lydia, guys? Talk about my set. What do you want to talk about? What do you want? No, you about. Hey, you. It's very funny. Okay. Yeah, I get it. That's. Turn on for 40 seconds. No, I feel like she warmed up. I feel up a little. Hard. Hard. The hard is going. 40 seconds that you look so calm. More time do I have? Fucking seconds. No, I know, but she did 40. Oh. Alright. Something you shouldn't have said that. Yeah. You should have said it. You know, it's no big deal. Yeah. But in a regular show, like the get started part is hard. You gotta just be like real clear. Start over. Just set the stage. And the microphone stand in front of you is always gonna be. You always have to think. People always. Why is she moving the fucking mic? Yeah. It's just weird. Yeah. But you're funny. Funny shit. That's the most important thing. There you go. Get this show started. It's a big extra heat, everybody. Another name out of the bucket. Your hands together for Cento Fonti. One word name. Here we go. Cento Fonti. How are we all doing? Concentrate on the positivities of life. Like it's summertime. It's great. That means no more school shooting. What an incentive to get a good grade. Who wants to show up to summer school? Shit, that's risky. I don't know if you guys heard, but Black Panther recently topped Titanic, the highest grossing film worldwide. Yes, great, because those are two films fully supported by the black community. Wakanda Forever and White People Drowning. Who can't swim now, motherfucker? Domestic violence. People are always like, I hate the DMV. I can't stand the DMV. I'm like, yeah. And there was one motherfucker that was like, I don't mind the DMV. Yes, it's a mind. Yeah. Well, the Fonzie. Telling. A lot of money is paid for young where you're from. That's true? Yeah. Yeah. About started here in LA. Started out in Detroit. Moved out here years ago. 3 years altogether, but Detroit. Don't count Detroit. Gotta count that, son. Yeah. The year you fucking life. Yeah, that's true, man. What am I doing? How long ago that year? I was just like, about it. Don't count numbers at those, bro. Great. That's the best I've ever heard. Oh, what a year you're like, no, I don't. I know it's from Detroit because it looks like the game's coming in. Don't you get it? No, no, it's. Hey, I've been laughing. Laughing. Fine, feel. You risky. Shoot right up front. Think about that before the stop shot. Like a. Right. Right now, as a prep cook for around in LA. Wow, getting high on your own supply, huh? Hey, you're lying. Like that. Like, well, I've always been culinary, obviously. I still from it's just a little tired. From the tin. Did that one. Walked away from nursing. Well, you walked away from nursing. Tony just went dark. Tony. What were you doing? You had a male nurse in your class. Still got him. I still got him. Wait, how long were you a male nurse? Wow. What were you doing? Well, I started doing home care for my grandfather near the end days, and it became a loop where I got stuck in the mindset where death surrounding me. All right. So I stepped away from that, and coming into the world of comedy really brought levity to the whole scene. Oh, man. No, it's like in a good way. Different perspectives on life, and then opening the end of your perspective. Hey, let's talk about school shit. Make that shit funny. About a death. Let's make fun of death real quick. Coping. Weird. No, but it's a risky move. Funny when you said it. It's right. But it's right. You're right. Like you can't, it's not gonna be school shootings in the summer. Funny joke. Settle it. But it's ballsy. That's what I'm real ballsy. Yes. Go by that. Yeah. Why is that? Well, name your first name. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. You're so mean. Well, sorry. For this ride. Jeremiah Rogan might be one of my no joke.
looks like a it's gonna go Julian Luna.
Family makes some food. Chicago. By the time these man, thanks. Like, you know, like I started doing comedy. Like, my grandma. I do like comedy, man. We do new folks. I just because you don't pay for what's going on. Everybody.
How we hear about right? Oh yeah. Well, you
Man, I feel like over.
huh? Return the long break. Although Ryan will be protecting guys. God.
Like it, folks.
Can I ask you a question? Can I have your accent a little bit? You go on stage and do stand up?
No, I don't.
You're talking different now than you were talking earlier.
For real?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, like, seriously. Oh,
Alright, let's say let's with a little let's say I'm an ice agent. Hello Julian, I'm an ice agent. How are you? Guys. Why? What do you mean I
obviously.
It was like an extra thing.
It's
interesting.
I grew up. I was joking.
Huh?
I traveled. I mean,
what are your parents? What are those goes on in the
they
yeah?
used to work it.
Your mom?
Any of the things
They sign up for it.
So, yeah, also in the, that was his, like, go to, the mission, Europe. So that was why I was born in
wow.
I think the boxing sort of did a little damage to the brain, a little bit.
to all of
Uh,
either.
Well, you have a question?
I just so their comedy club there. How do you start out comedy? Like, I mean, now we started. They put in a hotel. It's friends. They'll be on the hotel rooms. Right. I'm so sorry. Are you a good bunch? In life. Exactly.
Oh, a fellow DMT.
You've been in Los Angeles.
I was 5 years.
5 years. For a living.
Never mind. Sorry.
Uber driver. Oh, yeah. Correct?
Yeah.
That you're people with black shirt.
You
You ever hook up with any chicks that have gotten a ride in your Uber? Right.
Like, say a friend.
Great.
Oh, how long you been with your girlfriend?
3 years.
Wow. Met her here in LA?
Yeah.
Where'd you meet her?
Monica Beach.
Is she American citizen? Thinking about getting that green card, son? You know what to do. You know what to do.
I'm with
Kid. Sign the papers.
Yeah.
Dude. Receipt. A black. Again, only a few people who get away with saying that. You happen to be one of them. You said that like a South African. Absolutely black. Black. That's a fucking darn thing to say.
Mike, and I want to make sure you guys have
Great.
my English.
Excellent. Excellent.
My English is good, right?
Good enough.
Better be.
Julian, what is the biggest difference, or what would be the biggest culture shock to us in the comic?
Everything. Everything.
Everything.
I mean, no, see, like, no, the good about Africa, like, nothing, life, no, like, not see, anywhere else.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Awesome, man. That's wonderful.
Fuck yeah. Mission. Episode in this way. Julian. Very much. For the comic store. Wait a sec. Is that over there? Or do we have a
Oh, hell yeah. Thanks in the house, bitch. Oh, the return of one of our favorite characters in on the show.
thanks? The prison show. That's Rob by Harry. Have yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Real things, bro. Hey, ripping and stuff.
Fucking
Or,
no, you saw you. The prisoners, Chris, police officer, and children's looks more so fun.
like that, you would call it gravy, right, Tom? Like a real Jenny, you would call it gravy. Call it gravy, bitch.
sensation on the inside.
We call it sausage. We call it. I don't know. Oh!
Ryan Franken, here he comes.
Never date somebody that's I saw him at the market a month later.
There he is, Ryan Franken. Oh, him. Good Lord. Are you being serious? Is that what your face looks like? Smile like that?
I think I am edibles.
Well, you ate shit. Yeah, right.
I got so good.
Ryan, what happened last night? Remind us of what we talked about. Give us
Babysitter stuck in my cock.
wow, really? You had the power go out a bit there. Ryan, your babysitter sucked your cock?
Well, I gave him up for adoption. No, it's not a guy. It was a guy, not a girl. It was a cop, remember?
No, I don't remember. That's what I
was saying, like, babies, and he sucked his dick. That babysitter stuff.
Oh, that's
from here.
And is that him sitting right down there?
Yes.
Brother Chris. Brother Chris, is there anything you want to say about that? A little bit average.
I don't know. I can't remember. I'm gonna go. Yes. You being toes curling. I filled it.
Wow, look at that, Ryan. Hey,
Man, this was gay, man. Fucked up. Talking about a baby, man.
Ryan, how long have you been on stand-up?
Not too long. Chicago a little bit here. Is it about a year that you erase anyone you passed? I don't count that year. You gotta count that year in there somewhere. A lot of ass.
Is that true? Get over there, Sean.
Anybody ever tell you a punch of the body? Yes.
You know a fight, Ryan?
Yeah.
Yeah? We do.
Once I got a nice boxer from.
How long is
That one. You want somebody that you like? Fuck you.
great bush?
Why would you want somebody? Yeah. Guys, hold up.
Disagree.
What the fuck? Bitch.
You're not friends with
Let your sister get some dick. nice guy. Nice guy with a dick. What the fuck's the problem? What are you waiting for? Princess, what are you waiting for? Stop being a prude.
Thanks. What do you think about it?
Hey, I do like his president.
Dom, I ran.
We have to get along. Introduce you. Okay. Seems like a good guy. Somebody got good attention.
Man, I love you. Dom,
I like to hear that, bro.
what do you think about Ryan Rankin here?
So you couldn't get more relaxed. I haven't enjoyed him in the third as much as definitely amazed when we started again.
Oh my god. Things are coming.
He just looked like
That's Hollywood. The problem.
Yeah, what did I talk about?
talking about both.
My own.
Oh, that's mine.
And what do you do for a job?
Oh, we got fired. Now that's the least believable part of your whole fucking act, bro.
Fired.
Voted around California marinas. Let's start at the Cowboys putting up voter cards for voting and stuff around the marinas in California. For voting, card like a gun card, but you needed some vote. Okay, so I being able to put these things up. Me and my wife back there, they gave us going around all these marinas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what is it? The Department of Waterways.
Is that the wife? That's the wife. Listen, lady, it's time to run. Start all over the country. Don't try to rewrite shit. Just the fucking place in the mushroom. Get out of here while you can. Run. Don't ever leave. Throw your foot in the ocean. What are you saying? Not fresh.
Suck your dick for the cop.
Oh, shit. Like I said, lady, run. Find a dick you want to suck. There's a lot.
All right, Ryan Rankin. I've never seen anyone have so before. There he goes, Ryan. Oh.
I'm learning shit.
We'll get another name out of the bucket. We're flying through it. Put your hands up for Stephen Witkowski. Here we go.
I was the news recently. One of my favorite singers. My dad got me to R. Kelly, actually. Any R. Kelly fans? Down for R. Kelly. You never want to fuck a lady who's a fan of R. Kelly. You know that person. That's not Kelly's leader. People think it's rape. It's not rape. People are just unfamiliar with BDSM, I think. R. Kelly, the master of a few slaves at this point. R. Kelly songs, it's ironic because R. Kelly songs are kind of like, he gives you enough time for foreplay in his song. Like, and grind. It's like 10, there's at least 10 to 15 seconds there where it's just we're eating pussy.
Stephen Witkowski. Yeah. Here, it's the first time we've had a full performance. Guys, we're at
Like an extra on
Tank.
Man,
on your Siberian motherfucker. Okay? You got no matches. They play rocks together.
I haven't eaten calories since I got to LA. What? I haven't eaten since I got to LA. Utah, how many? So you're from Utah? How long have you been in LA? I've been here a week. Wow. Wait, you moved here?
What part of Utah? Gorilla. Utah.
You look like you're from extra Salt Lake City.
Okay. Well, per capita.
That's true.
In all of Utah? Wait a minute. Texas, there's what to say about that shit.
True. I didn't. Do you own a gun? Oh my god. Wow. What kind of gun do you have? Shotgun.
You go, bird hunting, right? Squirrels, birds,
Or not really into it.
why do you have a shotgun? Casual. Fancy. Yeah. Alright. Are they mad at you?
Product of my environment. No. What do you do for a living in
Utah.
Actually, film
Like Mormon movies and shit?
actually on any like all
That's the I'm done. Freaks me out, man. I'm crying on TV.
what do you do on that show? I grew up in very extra work too.
That's all. Oh, comfortable there. You having a good time? You having a chick? Great job.
That's funny.
He knows all things.
I don't know what it is. Honestly, I'm bad. But that's
Well, I want you to talk about it.
No, there was something going on there.
Hey, dog, I'm fine with
Anything fun in your weekend last beaches? So, yeah. All kinds of beaches.
Are you going to stay here or are you going to go back to Utah? Have aspirations to eventually move here?
I do.
How old are you now? 27. Is that right? The right age?
I have two and their mom, and I'm still with her, and she has there, so
Oh, we'll stay in Utah, bitch.
yeah, I don't want to fuck that up.
Yeah.
Gotta have some money.
So do you perform in like Salt Lake? Do you ever go to Wise Guys?
Yeah, I try.
That's a great place.
Love it.
That's one of the best clubs in the country.
Guys,
Shout out to Wise Guys. Great spot. Is there anywhere else you work when you're in Utah?
place. Honestly, open ice house, Murray, and hard, but
All right, dude.
yeah.
Fucking swing it.
Dom Herrera, anything else? Even with house?
I think I'm going in the right direction. I just think you need more talent.
Oh!
Hey, come out. Here we go. Come in. There you go. Creepy. The name out of the bucket. 60 seconds uninterrupted. checklist and wait, is this
Nick, give me a please.
let's not
Don't panic, Nick. Do it. Nick, get it together.
the moment you're gonna regret
Jeez, Nick.
like okay, I always like one word names. We had on two years, a one word name. A lot of the greats started as one word names. We had Malcolm, right? Aphrodite, Ichabod, so many great one word names. We're gonna get together for Marquette. Marquette.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Damn, history, baby. Really, my grandfather, he asked us, like, you want to dance? Like, hey. And then all of a sudden, my father, he asked my mother, hey, baby, you want to dance? Hey, hey. The night as I come up, yo, baby, you want to dance? And I do shit like this. The girl's like, hey. Have you seen the Millennium Kids now? Yo, baby, you want to dance? The girl's like, hey. I really fucked this one up, and I'm so depressed. I'm gonna go get a 4-foot board from Wendy. Going, damn, you got some big ass. Anyway, yeah, my wife just told me.
Yeah, Mark down. Yeah, you like there?
There, but damn, well, there.
But what we weren't what we that.
Doesn't
Yeah.
just look. Oh,
Damn right, that's a good husband right
oh my God, oh no.
there. Oh, famous characters.
That's my women.
Wow. Yes, return singer in the pink. Clearly, Reagan is Hannah's friend. Wow. Those are good. Version of Hannah's that sitting next to Garth. Here we have Mexican Howard, everybody. Excuse me. I just it's been a long time since we've seen you. Very long. And welcome back to the show. How's flight's been going?
Things would be better. Things were better after women. And but you are tired of marching great. Bitch, where are you at?
Oh my God. First on, right? So you're nervous. Pulling up more and more of the cord. Climbing or something. How long you doing stand up? Wow. Hell yeah. The main guy on the Green Mile. Things really, taking off for you. Odds anywhere. 6 months. How old are you?
40.
When did you want to start stand-up comedy?
Well, I've been in the music. To me, it's not the same as performing, writing.
Yeah, what is
Write and
dance?
yes, sir.
Wow, really?
I think that was a joke.
That's true? Did you really dance? Really? Wow.
And
Way to been married for?
4.5 years.
4.5 years. What do you do for work?
I work for the Chamber of Commerce in Garden Grove.
Oh. Sure. What do you do?
I actually have business. So when they come into the city, basically do all the blasting for them and make sure they're in good standings for when to ship things out of the country.
Wow. You want stand up? You been having fun with it?
Oh yeah. A lot of these people I got a chance to meet here. I made a lot of friends.
Yeah. What is your wife?
Crazy. She loves it, and we said just our luck. We've been coming here for 6 months, and I said just our luck to happen, and you're not here. So she's in Sacramento with her family. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
She missed it. Bomb.
So she's in Sacramento, right? Here, accomplishing your dream.
Supposed to be Tony Richmond. Maybe here.
Fuck yeah. Cat. So have you always been broken?
No, I work in Garden Grove. I'm from Tennessee.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I went to school in Texas at her. She worked for the Retirement Housing Foundation.
Yeah. Well, that's all.
I've been learning. I mean, I've been learning a lot. So when it don't work, I listen to audio. Rewrite.
I love it. Yeah. Delightful. Yeah. What's up to me? That's like a really polite guy. You know what? Not about it. I think of the second.
Trying to do emoji. If I do it, then this is how I would do it.
Give an answer for me. Meanest, worst thing you've ever done. You said it nice. Look at him. Man, I'm really trying my hardest, but I can't think of any.
I got in a fight and got kicked.
Yeah? Why'd you get fight?
It was you're on the tour and you're roading, and people think they can talk to you any kind of way. And after about 2 months, I got in a fight on the tour. We started from the back room all the way down the fight.
From the windows to the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, this podcast tonight started very ready. Space PA. Just listening to. I need to see the dance, right? It's very important. So if you put on the audio, got that YouTube video, and understand what all that energy was. It's called Vimeo Joe Rogan.
All right. What do you think? All right. Well, we gotta go to the this one. For 5 years, upon itself, favorite comics. It's always females for first years, like 9 months, something like that. We always thought, give them a chance on this show. But then we switched things up a couple months ago when we introduced our brand new regular. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the great, the powerful, the one, the only, naturally.
Oh, yo! the candy. I love it, man. Love that shit. I like steak, but I will fuck a bag of Skittles. And I got a friend, man, he be giving me shit, you know. Like, Malcolm, man, that shit gonna kill you, man. Like, you away from me, stop it. This nigga is a crackhead. Hey, they go bang right there. And I be calling the same weekend, man, but this shit been all over. I was in Walgreens the other day, going to get some deodorant. Walked past the candy aisle, and the Snicker bar fell. That was the loudest Walgreens has ever been. Niggas know the shit when they get Walgreens. And I was high, so the Snicker bar started. He was like, where you going? I was like, man, leave me alone. I need some deodorant. You better stop listening to that crackhead. Yeah. So I picked him up and started. Oh, now I got a finish. I picked him up and talking about to the alone. You very well. And like, what color? Shut up. So, yeah, this stuff's a place. Comfortable part never from really difficult things. Become a writer, you never truly comfortable. And you're just comfortable right off the bat. It's very good. Doing it, became a regular a couple months ago. How long and it to by and manager and everything because everybody rides charisma and it's crazy. Oh, 3.5 years. 3.5 years. But in LA, 9 months. 9 months. That's a baby. That's impressive. How else is it going? Better about you look like you're on a vacation. Man, I just think I was idle, man. What were you doing up there? I got booked for a show. At a nice hotel. Yeah, man. But nice, man. It was. I liked it, man. I was comfortable, man. Yeah. I could have warned you about that. That's what I always. I didn't think nobody lived in Iowa, man. No. How long go there during the winter? You know. Oh, I ain't going to the winter. How long of a set did you go up? 30 minutes. Wow. And it went good. You had fun. It was good. Go out and pay me, put me out, pay me. Body. Hell yeah. How much time do you start your material and how much time I got? Yeah, like what's like the longest that you like 30 minutes. I'm pretty sure I got an hour. I gotta discipline myself to like do, but I can do an hour. But I got 30 minutes like right now. But yeah, I can do 2 hours. You know, just tell me and I'm gonna do it. Oh man, I mean I might. Oh, I'm gonna be able to take 2 hours. I'm not gonna get up. Anything from Malcolm? The way he embraces his slowness. You know, because he's not afraid to. Yeah. Forget that it is supposed to be fun for
the community. Let's see what I'm talking to.
I love it. Alright, well, you fucking they're amazing performance. The people love getting finally one of the regular. No, that's great. Tony's the road people get legitimately. I mean, we do everything. We have fucking there's a with the industry that are they're crazy. Everybody loves them. How about one more time for Malcolm Hatcher? Think we go back to the bucket one more time? Well, wait a second. What the fuck is something? Wait a second. Are those the cat photos? And a sample of the most famous characters the best in the land. The cat burglars are here. You guys been a crazy team? Oh, yeah. Right. Love it. We're together. Those are the last house. Heather, those house. Like I'm not this big. Have a big butt. I do. I know I have a big butt. People tell me. Guys that like me, they're like, girl, I'm in your butt. And I'm like, that's not. But I would like in, you know. And by me, I do mean vagina, but we're not comfortable there. And once, actually, I fucked it up. In the end of my butt. Once a week, I need to get checked out. There's something wrong with and I didn't know why. So I saw your face. I want. Oh my god. How are you? Well, fuck yeah. All you know is all in play. Michigan? In LA, it'll be 3 months or 3 years in August. I'm super nervous. But it's 3 years and for a living. In LA, I'm a business analyst. I never was before I moved here. What were you in Michigan? I was a broadcaster. Oh, you like that? Thank you. We have a tech corner of the. Yeah, I taught broadcasting at a trade school in Michigan for 12 years. Broadcasting. Yep. Back pocket front. That face the crowd so they get the dummy. There you go. How dare you? How dare you? The dummy. comedy a lot? I just do it more. So no. Why don't you do it? Why don't I do it? I was scared of Los Angeles for my first 3 years. I didn't have a job, a full-time job, so I finally got a contract where I work now for a year, and that switched something. Now I feel comfortable. I have health insurance, and I spent a lot of time alone in my room doing nothing instead of going to open mics like I should. Ooh, that you're doing actually stuff, right? What do? I fuck stuff. Butt stuff. Oh, butt stuff.
I have a
Yes?
perhaps she leaves them a pancake and calls it French toast.
Yeah. Super vulnerable with you guys. Real stuff. No, not really. What did you do alone in the room? Alone in the room. I watched Hulu and wow, what they pitched. Your hair down. You know. You'll like Brenda. It's a fantastic Yosemite and Tony. Yes. I have read some of her Rothschild fan fiction. With the coot. I cannot tell if because of a dating site or running for office. I like California. Heather, give us something cute. Like, what's the wildest thing about you? What's the craziest thing you've ever done? Come on, must be something. What's the craziest thing you've ever done? I worked an unpaid internship with the Clown Posse on.
Oh, Christ.
I got oh, I'm very opposite of Chuck the Clown on a show called The where you talk about how that is a purple wig, only filler back eye makeup that was back in. I years in the Clown Posse, I was oh yeah. That's funny. It does. But I'm stuck with some so there's no joke in the work then dances. Yes. Heather, love it. Kind of remind me of like a character that would be in like that thing like finger on it. Thing right. Figure it out. Ever think about being a no this social advocate or whatever that's working out for you? Business system. Sure. Working out for you? I know, yeah. I'd like to do comedy and work. Like, what's her name? Zach?
How long you been doing comedy?
About 8 years.
8 years. And are you doing a lot? Like, how often are you doing it?
No, I'm not doing it a lot. Before I moved out here in Michigan, I was like right up to featuring and being a road comic, but I got laid off at my job. My 401k and my severance moved out to Los Angeles. My cousin, my best friend, lived here, and yeah, started. I really didn't do. To be honest, right now, I didn't do all the stuff. Somehow, you have the most boring guest of the night, Heather. Wow, your honesty is shaking us to shreds. The pressure is overwhelming. So much pressure. Right? Did it. I'm here. That's what it feels like. Here comes the live house, ladies and gentlemen. What are each knows what else play? You're kind of compelling. Not happen. There she goes. Like, they come on. Mom, needs it. I want to go to the bucket one time, break one out. One swap. And another one-word name. They've been very kind to us here tonight. Put your hands together for Dino. Dino? Is there a Dino? Dino coming? There? No. Blacklist. Yeah. Blacklist.
Damn, Dino.
What do you guys think? You still have hope in this thing? Is it gonna happen? Here you for Alex Herman. Go. Griffin. They had a couple rules. One.
Welcome. How are you, Audie? I'm well, thank you. Long time no speak. What's good in your world? Well, please tell me, enlighten me on all the mysticism that's going on in your neck of the woods. Okay, what are they? What's my favorite? Genes to get checked up on me? No. Well, I like all juices. But I'm a major fan of tomato juice. But I also like pineapple juice. I love orange juice. Um, I'll tell you what. I love. Um, let's talk about juice. Let's go. Let's go. No, no, no. Let's go through them. Let's go through them. Let's go through them. I love all colors. Hold on though. Let's go through the juices because I didn't name some from our previous discussion. I love grape juice. I didn't get a chance to say I love grape juice. I love cherry juice. Both, but more dark. Um, I love cherry juice. Um, there are some juices that I'm not as big a fan of because they're really, really like tart or bitter to me. Not bitter, but just really like too tart. Grapefruit juice is one of them. It's pretty tart to me. I can drink it with sugar, but what other juices are there? Now, hold on. I didn't mention these. Oh yeah, that's totally cool. Yeah, the more you sweeten it up, the better it is. But they make these juices that are like combination juices that are like strawberry, banana, orange juice, or pineapple. I love those, especially if I'm ever sick. My mom used to give me those when I'd be sick, and that would just like make my day. So we've covered. I know, isn't it? We've covered the juices, but I didn't want to neglect any of the juices. You hold on one second though. You know what a juice is that I've never had, but I've always kind of wanted to try is watermelon juice. I love watermelons, but it's not like a popular thing. Um, I don't know if they make cantaloupe juice or muskmelon juice or like honeydew juice, but I would want to try those, but I don't know what kind of flavor they would have. One other thing, I love I think I've had it, but like maybe I've had it like in the mixture. Kiwi juice. Hold on, blueberry juice. That's I've had in like smoothies and stuff. I just want to make sure I've got all the different berries. Um, we've got okay. They call it like they'll put bananas in juices, but I've never had just plain banana juice because I've had like banana smoothies, um, raspberry, blackberry, that kind of stuff. Those are always kind of like added in smoothies. Are there any juices that I'm missing? Carrot juice. Carrot juice. Oh, cranberry juice. Good one. Um, believe it or not, I'm not a huge cranberry juice fan. I can drink it, but it's sometimes a little too tart for me. They make like cran. They make like some like mixtures of cranberry juice. Yeah, exactly. That's not my favorite. I like pure juices. I like carrot juice, but that's usually like not just pure carrots. It's usually sweetened up with something. Um, what other kinds of juices? Have you ever had watermelon juice? Isn't that just like watermelon with water, basically? Oh yeah, we didn't talk about lemon juice and lime juice. Those are really too tart for me. Just plain lemons or plain limes. I think you have to be kind of wild, wild to just be drinking one of those bottles. Looks like a hand grenade, squeezing it down your mouth. But I have had um like like a shot of lemon juice, I would say, or like a little bit of lemon juice. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I love those bottles. Um. Yeah. So I'm trying to think of any other juices that I'm neglecting, like or something like out of left field. And, oh, strawberry juice. Have I ever had strawberry juice? That's not like usually smoothies. Like honestly, I've never seen or it'll be in one of those mixtures that's like pineapple, strawberry, banana, or something like that. Um, all right, did we get all the main juice? I think we got the main juice. Okay, now the colors. I love all the colors. Um, it's like choosing, favorites of anything. I do like the primary colors though, blue, red, yellow, but I like all colors. Um, got what up, Joey? Hope you're living the dream. We're just talking about colors, what our favorite colors are. How are you? Hope you're doing well.
I'm good, just moved out.
Excellent. Well, we're just talking about colors. Just as you came in, Adi, I was looking at something really cool, or like a thing that has like lots of colors on it. I like art with a lot of colors. My spiral. Um, some of my favorite art is really simple though. Um, known as P.A. Mondrian. Um, did it during like the 1930s, and it's just super simple, but it's how like these little probably, um well the actual name of it is called the composition of red with red, blue, and yellow. But um these are just different um compositions that he did during like the 1930s. They're really simple, but I just think they're okay. So if you want to find it, look at Piet, Piet Mondrian, Mondrian, and it says red, yellow, and blues. I just think that they're so simple, but they're just beautiful. It's just like squares and rectangles of colors. And then I saw this guy recently, this new kind of art that I've kind of been a little bit obsessed with. That's Let me see if I can find it. You probably have seen it. Like I don't know how do I find it. Art, color. This guy just pours. Um, let's let's see if I can find. He like stands on a, or he like swings on like a swing and pours color onto a canvas. And if I could ever buy any art, like really high end art, it would be something like this. These canvases are. Let me see if I can find it better. Pour, paint, swing. It's pretty recent that this guy did this. Let's see. And a lot of people call it a waste, but I think it's not. I mean, there's a fine line between waste and brilliant. I think this person has found it. All right, let's see here.
I think I'm familiar with that style, but like don't the rooftops feel
Yeah, they do.
everything?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They're these huge, beautiful studios, and I just know I would make like a huge mess. Um, which let me see. Let me see. I bet Grok. Just one moment. Yo, dog. I've been seeing this thing on Twitter a lot of this painter who like swings from a swing and pours paint onto canvas, or he'll roll a canvas with like paint buckets pouring on it, and they're all different colors. Who is that artist? Uh, Alan. I mean, I'm sure this guy's not the only person to do it, but he's just been doing it recently. And oh, that's weird. That is also the name of two. Um, no, I think it's not that guy. It's that. Is it this guy? Chris Jacob? No.
Hello.
I know I'm taking too long, but it's important. Art is important. I want to find it. Artist creates paintings with swinging. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. Who's this guy? Alan Schwab. Okay. That's weird that that this is also the name of two podcasters I know. Okay. I'm gonna show you this, and it's beautiful. And he's like, all right, I'm glad you took the time to be able to find it. I'll find it in less than a minute. And if not, then I'll find it. Thank you. Oh, I'm not. Don't you worry. Okay. Beautiful. Oh, is this guy? Look it up.
Have you got any sleep since yesterday?
Um, yeah, I mean, I slept a lot. Well, since we last talked or interacted, um, perhaps not. Oh yeah, here it is. Found it. Okay, what is this guy's name? Oh yeah, it's Kellen Schwab. Schwab. Okay, yeah, this guy's a allows art and geometry and
Yeah, because it's everything like
100%, 100%. Yeah, I mean, I don't know who doesn't like that. It's like every amazing. Yes. So my favorite juices I've named. My favorite colors I've named. What are your other questions?
alright, this one.
Okay. Okay. Sure.
Love this question.
Yeah, so I think about this a lot as well. There's something called the Bristol Stool Scale. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it was invented essentially to judge poop. So it's a scale from 1 to 7, and I actually think that that's a really bad scale. I think all scales should be like 1 to 10. It just makes it easier for uh, just anyone to come in and be like, okay, I know what it is. All right, so like as I recall, a 1, and it's also reversed to me. Like but I think it's well, I can just show you what it looks like. Um, and I'm gonna answer the question on which I would want to be, but it's I want to make sure I do it justice. So Bristol Stool Scale, and when I go viral, I'm gonna ask the medical community to change it. And I've actually gone through it and explained. I did this whole thing of what I thought they should be, but basically a 1 are like little pellets, like rabbits. 2 is a little harder, like a bunch of grapes. 3 is like corn on the cob. 4 is like a sausage. 5 is like chicken nuggets. 6 is like porridge, and 7 is like gravy. And it looks like this, which is cool. I mean, but I personally think it should be on a scale of 10. No, 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 no. I'm not. No, I don't. No, I'm showing you what it looks like. No. So then there's this kind of poop that is known as a phantom poop, and I'm actually kind of a fan of the phantom poop with the yeah with Poseidon's kiss at the end, where it goes and it goes into the toilet, and then there's just this little bit of water that goes up your butthole. That to me is just like an ideal poop, and it's like where you wipe and it's like there's nothing to wipe or use a bidet. There's nothing to bidet, and so I would probably be that, and that's my favorite kind of poop. Now, well, thank you. I did this thing. So sometimes when I'm not normally like this, but when I have the cameras on, I sometimes talk to them just because I just to create content. So there was this thing that I did that I thought was pretty funny, especially if I have to go to the bathroom badly. By the way, I've changed my diet at one point to be extremely ketogenic, which is like no sugar, no carbohydrates. And if you have a very strict ketogenic diet, you don't poop. I went like a year. Yeah, I went like a year and a half without poop. Um, and not like no times. And yeah, all you do is urinate because your body is using all of the nutrients, and then there's no waste. But if you start taking carbohydrates, then you start to poop. Okay, no, you don't. I don't know about your butt, but not mine. And I can tell you, I experienced it for like a year and a half. Yeah, well, a year and a half. Yeah, definitely. But I was just eating steak every day, like for every meal, and that's all I would do. Okay, so and I spoke with gastroenterologists, like basically internal medicine doctors, and I explained to them, and they said it made sense that basically your body is using everything as fuel and it has no waste. Okay, with that said, I redid the. Oh, I'm sure. So let's talk about the scale because this will be Rabbi's poop scale. It'll no longer be the Bristol stool scale. It'll be the Rabbi's stool scale. And what are we talking about? So I think that 1 is like and I actually change it in multiple ways. So I don't think you should just judge poop by the like shape. I think it should also be judged by the amount. So basically, instead of saying like you're a 1 to 7 on the Bristol stool scale, I make it to a scale of 100. But let me explain. The first number is like how dense it is, and then the second number is how much of it is there. So let me give an example. A 1 would be like perhaps like a really like gravy, kind of nasty, whatever they described it as, like diarrhea, basically. Um, uh, and then uh, if you had a lot of diarrhea, then that would be like a 9 or a 10, but basically say a 9. So like a 19 is a really runny diarrhea poop, but it's huge. When if you just had the opposite of that, which would be like almost like you were constipated. No, this is science, girl. You were constipated, um, but not you didn't have a big poop. It would be like a 91. So basically, a 91 tells me the 9 in the number tells me that it is really hard and constipated, but a 1 tells me there's not a lot of it. So an average poop would be like a 55. Basically, basically like 5 in the middle, and like a 5 would be like a medium amount. So I think that's a much better way to scale fecal matter. Now that's a lot of information, but on top of that, I actually code it out. So um, I would talk about it in sports terms. So in baseball, you would have um, let's see, how did I describe this? No, I described it like I coded it. So um when I would go to the bathroom, actually during this stream, not this exact stream, but like earlier this year, I would say to the camera what I felt like um my 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 bowel movement would be. So if I would wait, yeah, for science, I think it. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for science. And I think it's important. So, I mean, I'm someone who has, streamed themselves going to the bathroom. So me judging my bowel movement, I think is important. So how would I describe this? All right. So how would I do it? Okay. So like how did I do it? Well, I would just talk about it in terms of baseball. And so like the littlest going to the bathrooms would be like I think I started with like T-ball, and so it went something like this: like a 1 was T-ball, a 2 was little league, a 3 was like wait T-ball was first, then T-ball, then little league, then then I think there was like college ball. Then there was minor league A ball. Then there was minor league B ball. There was minor league Triple A, and then there were the majors, and then there was the Hall of Fame. Like there were like 10 of them that I chose, and then I would just like to code it out. I'd be like, oh man, I got to take a single A 4 or something like that, and that was like my code of what the ball movement was going to be, and I thought it was really funny. And it was. I would make myself laugh with it because it just sounded funny. Like, oh, this is feeling like a triple A 6, and then I'd have to go do it.
Pretty fucking funny.
I agree with you.
And I actually that one a lot more sense when you explain
Thank you.
that.
It absolutely does. It absolutely does. And from a scientific perspective, it's really important. Because if I tell you, hey, on the Bristol stool scale, you're a 3, well, what does that mean? Well, technically, that means that your poop is like a corn on the cob, but that's the that doesn't necessarily tell you. Um, I mean, it 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 it's just too singular. It's one dimensional. I want to know the consistency of it and the amount. That's really what we're talking about. And then I did a urine one as well. I went through all the different colors of urine, and the way that I actually like got into this, I'll never forget. Um, there was an Oprah Winfrey used to, she used to have a television show. If you know, I'm sure you remember. Um, but in her earlier seasons, she did much more um, groundbreaking television where she would take on really important topics. Towards the end is when she was giving away cars and had her wish list, was interviewing like, celebrities for things. But she had a doctor on. This was before Dr. Phil and Dr. Oz, but she had a doctor on or something like that, and they were talking about the color of urine. This was like in the 90s when this was very taboo. People wouldn't talk about this. And like they had this doctor on or something. She did some kind of interview with someone, and they talked about what color your urine should be. And this was really mind opening to a lot of people who never thought that like your pee ever people's pee looked different and why they would look different. So I remember her them saying, and it was funny at the time, but nevertheless it was very serious as well, that your pee should be like a light lemon, basically, like a light yellow, and that shows a healthy pee. Now that made me really start studying my urine. Not from like I'm not like running tests on it, but I would recognize that when I was very hydrated, my pee is very clear, and when I'm very dehydrated, it's more of a darker yellow, and that's pretty normal. But it started me to like actually start to track this. Not I don't make a chart of it or anything like that, but just mentally when I see it, if I ever see that I'm like very clear peed, I'm like okay, well I'm pretty well hydrated at the moment, and that's good. When if I ever see it's like super dark color, I don't want to say super dark like orange, it never gets like that, but just the more yellow it is, the more dehydrated I am. Anyway, long story short, when it comes to these topics, I've actually done a lot of research and actually developed my own scientific charting of it or scale because I think it'll be helpful in the future to be able to judge these things. So, excellent question.
And a very thorough explanation. I was not expecting.
I am full of surprises.
Do you have any state?
Yeah, so actually, believe it or not, I have,
Oh God.
I have, I'm part of,
That's fucking go.
yeah, no, I'm part of a, I'm part of a cryptocurrency that would scale it. So this was like a public scale. They have pictures of, uh, basically cum stains that I'd have. So basically, I'd have these shirts, and this is all alleged, but I'm on camera a lot, and I'm not with women, and I used to be with women a lot, and so what I would do is I would just go underneath the covers, and I would have just do it on my shirt. In fact, you can actually see this shirt in an interview that I did with Yaya Diamonds. This is a public podcast. She does an interview with me, and there's this like target. Oh, here's a perfect example. The cryptocurrency liked what I did so much. They gave me this sweatshirt, which is a believe it or not, this is like $1,000 sweatshirt. It's a hoodie, and on the hoodie they have a big target right here. I don't know if you can see, but it's got a huge target. I think you can see that, of where I was firing. So yeah, so um, I can tell you that I've done some research. I mean, I'm on spermatozoa. And like actually the big one is female ejaculate, and we'll get into that. But spermatozoa, and basically the different kinds and how to affect the taste and all kinds of things like that. I mean, I can remember being around girls when I was young, and there were all kinds of, not young, but like a young man, and there was all kinds of false information that was out there. The big one that I would hear is um that semen contains like one load of semen contains like 500 calories, and that's not true. It contains like 5 calories. But there was this. I was around a lot of women who wanted to maintain their figures, and they, um, I had a period of my life where I was around a lot of women, and I had a lot of girlfriends. So, um, basically, there are other questions out there like, can pre cum get you pregnant? Yes, it can. And it like, what is the
Yes, it can.
yeah, no, it definitely can. And a lot of people don't think that it can, but it absolutely can. It has just as much sperm in it as a normal load. And what is the whiteness? It's like the protein on which the sperm essentially can on which it can feed. But it also like contains like protective layers and as it gets to the fallopian tubes. Um, okay, so what did I learn about cum allegedly? Well, if you fire enough loads on something, it becomes very hard and can almost it like cracks like a towel, like a frozen towel. It can crack. And
Like paper mache.
exactly, yeah, exactly. Um and like if it gets on something, it like will flake off, and in the same way, it can flake off. So this cryptocurrency actually made gifts. Well, I can show you here. They're on Twitter. I mean, like literally, like these guys. I know. I can.
My head.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So if I just put in, let's see if it shows up. If I put in Rabbi Shirt, it's very famous. Um, let's see here. The, the most recent thing that somebody said about me on Twitter, um, let me look it up. Um, this was just a couple days ago. I had sent somebody a message on, for some reason my Twitter's not loading all the way back as I wanted, but it's on Twitter. I can tell you that. If you want to see, I mean, I have pictures of it, of me wearing it.
I think I told you that I have a great visual in my mind.
And you don't.
They're dead set on showing your fucking comrade.
Well, no, not you. The other person wanted to know. Uh, let's just see if I can find it in the next 10 seconds. Yeah, here it is. But so I'm wearing it right here.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, so you'll be able to see it. Let me see. Oh yeah, you can see it. Yeah, it's a Superman shirt. It's very famous. You can see right below the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can see it. It is like this. It's yeah, it's pretty famous. Um, oh, and then I've got it. Yeah. So anyway, um, what else about spermatozoa do you know? Um, it travels very quickly. There are some people who can fire further than other people. There are things that affect it and affect its taste. The big one is pineapple juice, and a more recent mango juice as well. But the more recent development is women are starting to find out that um, their let's talk their genitalia can taste better. Okay, so the big one, and I really mean this, Adi, um, very seriously. So this is
I know this.
yeah, I do, but I don't mean to offend you. In fact, I mean to empower you. So you'll hear women say far too often, "Oh, I just came," and that's fine. That just means that she was brought to orgasm. Okay, that's fine. But I don't think that's an appropriate term because she didn't come. She didn't have spermatozoa that was excreted. In fact, she had perhaps an orgasm, and if something came out, it's generally known as female ejaculate. It is not pee though. A lot of people, I watch it. I there's all kinds of fake news on it being pee. It is not pee. It is secrete. Well, it's essentially it's it's fluid that is secreted from glands in female genitalia. And I think that we need a name for it. And I've already named it. I've already talked to many a woman about it, and they like this idea. So men have spermatozoa, and that's known as cum. Okay. Women have female ejaculate, and that's known as sop. SOP. Why sop? Because it's like when a woman's like wet, she's soppy. like, sloppy, sop, and galoshes. Basically, it's a great word that doesn't currently have a name. Uh, there's nothing. If I say sop to someone, it has no meaning. And so I told it to a lot of women, and they really like the idea. And the reason why I say that is because it empowers women to be able to have their own word, to be able to describe when they have female ejaculate. And they don't have to use a male word that is inappropriate because it doesn't really make sense to say,
You know what? I just thought, I'm all about equality.
sure,
And, like, I don't think we separate.
that's fine,
That's just
but it's confusing. Okay, so it's confusing. Here's why. If a man and a woman are having sex and the let's just say like right at the point of penetration there is some white fluid. It could be female ejaculate, it could be cum, spermatozoa. Okay, so if you're trying to describe what is that, and it could be a mixture of both, which is probably somewhat what it is. If you're trying to describe what that is though, and one guy is saying that that's cum,
what you're
it's
talking about.
it's very scientific, it's the thing, and people should really be more mature about it. I've also talked about this
What?
at length. Here's the thing: female ejaculate hasn't been studied in a scientific uh, setting, at least not in the United States generally, because the type of test that you have to do is essentially you have to bring a woman to orgasm, and it's a taboo subject, and so it's never been studied. I've talked about it before though. We should do studies.
Mean it's never been studied? Are you fucking crazy?
Did you know that? No, I'm not. I'm not crazy at all. In fact, it hasn't been studied in a mass study. Is what I'm saying. It's been studied in um, small settings, but there hasn't been a nationwide female ejaculate test. There hasn't been. There should be. In every major medical school in the United States, they should have some type of study on the makeup of female ejaculate, different hormonal changes that can cause it to occur. Um, it wasn't. In fact, if you ask most men, they think it's pee, and it is not pee. It is not urine. So, with that said, I mean, I know that this is a taboo subject. I bet you didn't know this. Um, did you know that the clitoris has like arms? Like basically, a clitoris is not just a little pea. It has arms. No, I know you think this is funny, but wait, this is actually very very fascinating. Um, so if you look at a clitoris, it is it is much bigger than people think that it is, and I think that this needs to be studied. So here it is. So there's the external part, which
about the inside of it.
yeah, exactly. So it actually has these arms that basically extend off of it, which I think are very interesting, of course. But the thing that I think is even more interesting is that did you notice that these weren't discovered until 1997? Now, I know that some women out there are going to be like, well, I discovered it in 1975. That's fine. But it actually wasn't published until 1997 that it had arms. And I just think that that's absolutely fascinating. Um, so, with that being said, there are fluids that come from the body that I think need to be detabooed, or basically desensitized. We need to become desensitized to some of these things and study them at length. They're just the better we understand ourselves, the better the the better the human race is. So, with that said, we can move on to other subjects, but I hope I covered the major um, fluids that are generally taboo.
You covered many more than I.
There you go. Well, hold on a second. What we should do as well is we should have a scale for these as well. There isn't a sperm scale. Oh, um, but there are some foods out there that can make men have larger loads and change the taste and things like that. So there should be a scale, just like we have a scale for the Bristol stool scale. There should be one for sperm. Basically, the how white it is and So the first number could be how white it is, and then the second number could be the amount. And so, like a 55 would be like a medium size, medium white load. A 99 would be a huge white load, a huge one. And an 11 would be a small, pretty clear load. I mean, that's the scientific way to do it. And for women, this now that's another thing. Wait, now that's another thing, and let's talk about this because isn't very well um, taste isn't very well studied. It is to some extent, but especially in terms of there are two types of technologies that I really foresee in the future that will change things. One is just you can look it up. It's on Wikipedia. It's called tastovision. It's basically the ability, just like we have television, but the ability to taste something. And things like this have been tried, but just haven't necessarily come to fruition. And the other is smell-o-vision. So if we're going to study taste, we should study smell as well. And in the future, there'll be technology out there. I know it sounds like 1950s future technology, but what we would have maybe in future centuries, but or like the Jetsons, but it will be something that will be regularly available. There was somebody on Shark Tank from Canada who brought in a type of technology that basically was smell-o-vision. So what did it consist? Basically, they would show images on a television or some kind of computer or something, and there were these little discs that could change smells based on what you were watching. This has also been utilized in the movie industry to some extent. So they have like basically they've done their best to within the movie industry have like these immersive events where they'll shake your chair when there's like an earthquake, or they will spray like fog in the room. But they've also done this with smell and to try to make it as the environment as immersive as possible. So, with that being said, I think that we really should study um, the different body tastes and smells. However, it's very hard to judge because we don't have uh, a great measuring system. Like if to one person, someone's let's just say semen may taste good, to someone else it may not because everything is so subjective. And it's also very subjective. We'll probably start with other foods first. But this also gets really big into the perfume industry and different um, levels of smell that it's very difficult to judge. And I anticipate probably in the next century, something I want to be a leader in is getting a good way to scale this so that we're able to measure different tastes, different smells, just like we can measure sound through decibels or light through lumens. I want to be able to study smell through some type of measuring system and also taste.
Friend, that's
I know it's a lot, but it's all very scientific. I don't I don't see it as anything but that. I haven't talked about anything in here that I mean, I'm sure some people would consider it erotic, but to me it's science.
friend.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like, do we really need to? What? Can we just use our nose
No,
to tell us if we want to taste it?
no, because generally it is somewhat without a smell unless you have like very keen smell on something.
I'm
Some people,
talking about everything.
oh,
Right?
everything.
I'm
Oh,
talking
okay.
about the smell of it.
Yeah, no, I mean, people are just going to want this, and it's just a matter of time until we have smell-o-vision and taste-o-vision. Especially when it comes to advertising, advertisers are going to want this. They're going to want people to want their products and be exposed to it in as many ways as possible.
Man, you're really fucking me up. I had a question.
Well, wait. Take your time, Audie. I want to hear them.
Did you ever see that cartoon called Word?
I don't believe so. Let me see what it looks like. I'm not super big into cartoons. World.
Alright, I was like, that show, I looked it up, I'm like, I'm like, 4-year-old, I was like 11.
Okay, that happens. I did the same with a show called Eureka's Castle, but I was probably too old to ever see Word World. But I think it's cool. I think it's got a cool premise. What are your other questions? Audie, do you believe in aliens? Of aliens? Okay. Yeah, they definitely are real. They're definitely real. Definitely real. Okay, I don't know about that, but they're definitely real. All right. Do you mean like DMT aliens?
They're no longer named, therefore, they're,
All right.
yeah,
How'd you find out about them? I don't know. I'm asking. I'm not being a smartass. I'm being inquisitive.
proof. I,
Okay.
my mother,
Yeah, you mentioned this. Do you know what I listen to when I go to bed? I listen to alien abduction stories. It's like something that fascinates me. So I take what you're saying to be very true. I believe you.
and like, that's actually the only way that I know how to describe it, because otherwise I would say it's demonic, but it's not that. Um, I'm not joking. I'm literally like, I'm laughing down, but wouldn't it be fucking ridiculous if an alien, any,
Yeah. I mean, do you think you've ever been abducted? Well, you should know that it's a subject. It is like I know a lot about the world, but it's one of those subjects that, well, I know a lot about it too, but I'm always wanting to learn more. Like I can only learn so much about sports before I get bored of them, or even stand-up comedy, or even, I don't know, biology. But alien abductions, that opens up a whole new world to me, and just aliens in general. But um, I I love alien abduction stories. I feel a lot of sympathy for the people who have to go through them, but I'm absolutely fascinated by them. I mean, I know them so well. I mean, I can tell you that the Betty and Barney Hill abduction took place on September 19th, 1961. I can tell you the Travis Walton abduction took place on November 5th, 1975. Like, I know these pretty well. I'm not saying I'm like the world's foremost expert by any means, but I have a general curiosity about these events. So, should you ever wish to share, please do. I'm always a an open ear, and also I think I'll have more interest than most people. But I understand if you're not comfortable discussing it or if it's too personal. But if you want to know like what I listen to when I go to bed, uh, alien abductions. Not always. I listen to other things. I like pirates and I like explorers and I like podcasts and things. But um, I I I basically will never turn down an alien abduction story. And you should know. I mean, I've met a lot of people on my stream for the last 3.5 years, and I meet a lot of interesting people who have had similar to stories to what you've just said. I think it's much more common than people think, and people aren't always comfortable talking about it. They also don't always have the memory of it because these aliens use like a neuralizer, basically something that makes you forget. But under hypnosis, a lot of times these repressed memories are brought to the forefront, and people have extremely vivid memories of what happened.
Right?
I wonder what.
Yeah. Um, that's an excellent question.
I mean, they are like when they are to us, they are like humanoid, like the same body as we have, like different, like
Yeah. From what I know, they have what they have is different than what we have, and it depends on the alien. I mean, I'm aware of like,
What you know.
well, the reason, I mean, from what I know, meaning like alien autopsies that have allegedly taken place, and like books on the different species of aliens. So, to my knowledge, I, there are probably millions, if not billions, of different species of aliens. But the ones of which I'm familiar, there are like 120 of them. And where I get my information is from essentially the Soviet Union. So the Soviet Union put out, they have a book, they had a book that was classified until the fall of the Soviet Union by the KGB. It's something that I've listened to on on this stream quite a few times. I would fall asleep to it, but it's called. Um, it's actually available on archive.org. Let me just get. It's like the 120 alien species. It's like a really simple name, but um, there's like a page on all of the different aliens, um, and it's on archive.org. Just one moment. Let me make sure I get it correct. It is called uh, Alien Species from A to Z. No, that's not it, but that's pretty close. Um, or even if I just go to archive.org, just put that in. Let's see if it shows. Anyway, I've downloaded it and listened to it.
The Earth like
Oh, here it is. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. There's that, or that we're like seated here. This is like an experiment. Yeah, it's called Russian Secret Alien Races, and they're like 100. Good morning. How are you? What's going on, Miss Aquarius? I'm well, thank God. I am just having some interesting talks with my friends here on alien species, and we just talked about some human biology. How was your sleep?
It was good. It was good. I gotta get up. But it was good.
Yes, you do. You got work, but you should know that
Yeah, I gotta go to work.
that's okay. You're gonna have a wonderful day at work. Everybody's gonna love you as much as we love you.
Yeah.
And then when you come home tonight, we'll play some games and you'll get some good food and all kinds of fun stuff. But right now, you got to go take a shower and get ready for work, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Gotta go.
okay. Miss Aquarius, thank you so much for being here, and we'll talk to you tonight, okay?
Alright, talk to you later.
Take care. Toodles.
Bye, friend.
Bye. So this book is basically on alien races. Now, to the question that was raised, what about alien um fluids? So, as I understand, again, I'm not an expert on it, but there are a lot of different types of aliens, at least 120 different types. Now, I've seen what have been purported to be alien autopsies, and one of the things that they discuss is unlike.
Oh my god.
Go ahead.
No, nothing. Like rewiring my brain. Sometimes
Certainly, I'm glad to hear that. Well, so unlike humans that have like within our torso a bunch of different organs, including our lungs and our stomach and our intestines and such. At least in this one type of alien autopsy that I've seen, they just had like one central organ, and there there was like a different colored blood that they had, and also from what I understand, and again, I this is just rumor. I don't take it with a grain of salt because I don't know if it's true or not. Go ahead.
Rabbi, that's really
Okay. Well, from what I know,
okay. I'm clear.
okay, from what I know, um, these aliens are like obsessed. I don't know how to describe it, but they're very intrigued with human glands. And so when you hear about cattle mutilations, especially like in uh, there was a big wave of this that happened, or at least it was being discovered in the 1980s and 1990s, where entire ranchfuls of cattle would be mutilated. But the things that were gone from them were not the meat and were not the skin, but they were just the organs and just certain organs, certain glands. And allegedly, like these aliens take those glands, and from what I've read or heard or studied, they make some kind of, or they eat it. They basically, but there's some kind of absorption that they use. And then also I've heard that they have, um, essentially have these big vats or like these big chambers of different types of um, like hormones of animals, of different animals, or I don't even know how to describe it, but basically glandular excretion. And apparently humans have been part of this, and maybe we are like their cattle, or like basically they raise us for these types of different fluids that are excreted. Um, I'm not exactly sure. But aside from that, I know that some aliens have like allegedly different colored blood, not the same color. It's not even necessarily blood, but different. And that's the closest thing that I have to describe it. And I've heard like sometimes it's green, but not always. To be honest with you, I don't know if I've ever heard of an alien with red blood. So it's hard to find these things, though. Obviously, like where are you gonna find a dead alien, and then also how much credence do you give to it? But from what I've been able to study. That's what's going on. Hey Frosty, what's up, big dog?
I don't know. So,
Hello.
about
We're just talking about alien excretions, basically. Um, if aliens exist, which we think that they do they have the same kind of excretions or body fluids that humans have? And I was just saying, in my experience, from what I've read, they don't. That they perhaps have a different kind of biological makeup. And yeah, so that's that. my friend Frosty here, he is a good person. He has a great interest in different types of MMOs. Specifically, he's a big gamer. Sometimes he comes in here and games, but he's a very spiritual person, very kind individual. So welcome, Frosty. We have our friend Audie here,
Thank you.
absolutely, and our friend. How do you say your name? Noise.
Yeah.
Yeah, Noiser. Yeah. So we've got Frosty, Noiser, and Audie. So, um, with that,
I think aliens have like called they have like extra tentacles. They probably have like these body parts that come out of their body and kind of like excrete or like connect to something and then they feed out of that. Something like that.
How telling.
Yeah. I hang out with Rabbi a lot. He's a good guy, but I don't know what he's planning on doing. I have no like partnership with him. It's just that I just come here and then I just feel sometimes. So that's about it.
well, I'm gonna take over the world. Everybody knows. Audie, what other?
Be my guest.
I I will do it. Audie, what other questions do you have? Hey, take care, Noiser. It was a pleasure to connect with you again. Come back whenever you have time. We'd love to have you here. Please tell your friends. That's okay. It's intense. So I don't want to put any unnecessary pressure on you. We'll just continue watching stand up comedy and just relax. It'll be okay.
No, no, no,
No, no, no.
no, friend.
Okay. Are you okay?
No, friend.
Okay, what's going on? What is upsetting you? Are you scared?
Yes, friend.
Okay, well, we're here to comfort you. Frosty and I'll make sure nothing bad happens to you within our control. You should know that you're amongst friends and we want positive things for you. You're going to have a wonderful day today, hopefully. And you're a wonderful person. You have a very loving heart. You're very inquisitive. Those are all very positive aspects of yourself, and you should have a very high self worth. You should have high self esteem. You are an intelligent, beautiful, charming individual who has all the good things in the world going for them. And you have a loving family, and you are someone who has very keen interest, and you should know that those are all very positive things that you bring to not just Earth, but to all of our lives. So we're appreciative to have you as our family. I didn't even mean to say that. I meant to say friends, but I said family, perhaps as a uh,
Like, because I was gonna ask.
Freudian slip. Go ahead.
No, it's okay.
It is good.
You answered what?
Good. Okay. How did you sleep?
I slept okay, but I was longer so that I didn't have to.
No, I've been up all night. I'm gonna go to bed soon. but that doesn't mean. Let's go back to what you said. You wish you could sleep longer because you didn't feel like.
Because when you're sleeping, it's peaceful. It's not happy.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you on that. Definitely. Well, have you thought about going back to sleep?
Yeah, but I'm longer.
Don't take medicine, but you could go to sleep for like 2 or 3 hours. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I could do that. Later
Excellent.
when I'm
That's okay. You should know that you're amongst friends and we care about you. Even though we don't know you that well and we've never met in real life, when I pray, and I pray every day, multiple times a day, I pray for everyone I know, all of the people with whom I've had contact, and I wish for their hopeful benefit of positive things in their life. And you are included in that. So you should know that even though you may not know it, there are people out there who love you and want good things for you. And I know some of the things that you've told me you want in your life, and I want those things too. And I want you to be happy most of all. And it's just a matter of time until you get positive. All right. Well, with that, um, I want to watch stand-up comedy, and I want Audie to relax and close her eyes, and I want Frosty to have a cigarette if he wants, and just everybody have a nice morning. So here we go.
And no parties allowed. This one time I was partying on the golf course, and we were so loud that the cops got called. Uh, we ran into the neighborhood, unfortunately, not get us because they didn't know how. And I'm close because my friend gave me these red shoes. And ever since I got these red shoes, Alex, Burn, first joke. Oh, that joke. They said you used your phone with a friend. Was that a joke? Or were you just no, Brian, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was more like a statement. Oh, you're the statement club. I forgot. Yeah. Everybody loves statements here at the comic store. Um, now let's acknowledge the fact that for the first time in history, he started bombing before hitting the stage. He knocked over an entire table in that corner on his way. One person, don't yell at those guys. Like, don't get people now.
Sorry, I was always down, dude.
Well, we can buy more drinks now. We're rolling. I don't know what's going on here. You've done stand-up? Yeah, I've been doing it for now. Hold on, let's actually find out what this.
Something's happening back
Did you
there.
get a report from one of the door guys? Did you yell something?
Oh, that's the best thing anybody's ever said ever. When you said, "Can I get a report from the door guy?" He says, "He man." Right now, and he's trending worldwide. Hashtag He man. Going for take pictures.
What am I gonna do? Well, you're not gonna buy their drinks. You're not?
Looking like a true bad.
What am I made of money? Come on. Alex. I know. I mean, they're drinking, right? So, I judge them already. I don't drink. Wow. I'm gonna double down. I'm gonna triple down. Yeah. Ever seen a full program?
Yes. I was just gonna say that. I like it. I was do it. Go with the flow.
Whoa, wait a second. Is that the president of the United States of America? And Hillary Clinton? Oh.
Amazing. Just gonna say I love this guy's confidence. Make them hear something that they want to hear deep down. I like you. You're white. You're gonna go places.
Hillary Clinton, you have anything? Oh, it's Alina! Together, but I think I don't like this or this. Hey, what's up?
We're gonna keep on the other side of the wall.
It's been a long time. Welcome back. I acted him on back in 2000.
Her name is El. Half the price and she work harder than a lot of the whites.
Hey, Tony! Hey! I fucking sit in right before I jack.
Oh my god. Yeah. Then she farted on me in grass. And that.
Alright, careful. Thank back. Sorry, Joey. Sorry, Mr. President, to get your evil on the air out there. Really? Is that true? Yeah, you think I'm lying to me? Where we go? The location's not important. What matters is world.
You get the reference?
I don't know what the fuck they're supposed to be.
Okay, I can defend your actions, but
My God. Alex, friends, boots, and the 3 bars at the comedy store. Charisma comes to Holly. Alex, what's the most likable thing about you? Thing that you think would be a book face? You voted for Trump twice. I didn't vote in the last election. Of course you did. What's the most likable human ever? No, I mean, alright. Most likable face
for your support.
Okay. I donate to charity. I love Kiva.org. It's like microloan. I love the money to buy cows and breed them. Like, you don't want to buy the drinks out there? produce other than add 60-second comedy sets?
Got 4 TV shows in the development phase. We've got a film that we're working on.
We all have.
We're only on hustling. Done. Shit. Get out. Grind like we should be. What's one of your best TV shows? What's the spot? One is it's called More for the Court. It's like workaholics golf comedy. It's like a fucking guy. Friends. Wow. It's actually perfect to play that song. Spot on. But it is.
Can you guys do Alex more, please?
I can't do it.
Yeah, it's my era.
On the show, so many. I've never seen anybody more disliked. I find it likable about you because you're like nobody likes white guys anymore. Nobody, but I've never seen antipathy for anybody. They actually fucking stood up and moved. They didn't just sit there. And you say you're a white guy and you like golf, and people are like, that's enough. I've seen it enough. I know what fuckhead's all about.
President Donald
On YouTube.
one of the good ones.
It's weird, man. It's weird reaction. Let's go fill in the drinks on the man. There's a little of that, but there's also like it's a hard time for white people. It's trying to make me prove it. Can't be now. So you're extra white, you know, right? Oh, you're golf white. I'm actually half white. It just doesn't come out in my look, right? Oh, what you talking about? You keep talking about golf.
It really comes down to the fact that you're developed. President
By the drink. Wow.
You know what, Alex? I'm gonna say I'm gonna let you off this. There you go, Alex Sermon, everybody. We do but let's that way. On the very we was there stand up. What to do in this show? That let's have someone that I know that's very special to stand up for the very first time.
There you go,
Ladies
Big
and
John.
gentlemen, from Youngstown, Ohio. I made
I don't smoke weed anymore. I used to use it. I use it for yeah, you should have seen still growing up. I don't because you know whatever chance you have. And if you keep smoking,
I go out. I don't know where you live. And I go out. I mean, you can always buy it for it. I don't know. Don't do it when you need the study.
We won't make you guys unless you already see it.
Yeah. No, it has the reverse.
Well, if your brains are not strong, most other jobs.
Yeah, I mean, what it does is, if you keep doing it, like, what happens is that if you start, what's gonna happen? Uh, it's it's gonna you'll start working. Yeah, like it's not really late. I mean, yeah, you need like a good setting. You need a good mindset. Well, I know you're very old and you like oh, I guess like
Guys, work early.
uh, I feel before
Oh, Frosty, are you like,
uh, I'm very old. Like I'm 35. I don't know how you consider that.
what do you consider it?
the middle.
Yeah, the thing about these is, in your head, so like, if you can afford your career and like your own personal space, but if it's like a space, you get in a trouble, the law, and you get in a trouble against that. So it's just an opportunity. It's like you wanna have an opportunity. Yeah. I don't know. You know, these legends for medical basic science, even cancer, stuff like that, it could be used for all of that. But that use it recreationally, even the medical days they use it are not appropriate enough. So they could easily somehow synthesize drugs into actual what it does is they, when you like get someone to yeah, you get with someone who knows that play, I mean, play over there, what you just like say like eye of the holy, the person just drops down or the boat over or something. I don't know why. It's just like flatline. They wake up with like, oh, I feel like I just heal myself. That kind of remedial sort of energy is exactly the same from cannabis. And the problem is that the way you use it is very definite. So if you keep using it, it'll start to reverse the effects of it. So if you need to somehow you need to develop a very small tolerance towards every substance. That is everything that is anything supposedly a drug that's even possible. So then you smoke like minute amount and you need to use that and not just like getting high. Yeah. So I mean, if you have like uncurable cancer I think that one is so I mean it's focused like if you get the man like your core thing and you will like focus and then you forget by what you can do it. The doctor can like
So we walk as really just surgery, and they're sending home with. They're telling me
yeah.
you're not supposed to take that pill to quote unquote feel good or feel better.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? There's a kind of like a timer. It's like when you actually get one, it's like a passing. You know, so you want to reach that stage. What you want to do is get into like a kind of then you get to that stage where you see them. Yeah. Yeah, but that's what happens. Some people, you know, like people smoke and they, I don't know what to say about it. They feel what I feel. I don't get high. That's essentially what you need to be doing is smoking very little so you don't get stoned. Because right now you see people they go smoking and they smoke it's like 5 more 6 more yeah yeah like and they have no idea how they got that getting when bars will take like one joint be the same so it's a bit of a mess over these situations these people have no idea what they're doing if they're only getting thrown out things out of the team.
For me, it's just a level of filtering out my conscience and needs.
Yeah.
That's what was, but that was
Yeah. Have you
yeah, I smoke it medically, but I have to do
Okay. That's 6 seconds. Wow, I had like crazy. Right? Crazy. It's unbelievable. Is it your first time here? No, I've been to the show before, but first time getting up. Great. How many been here? Probably 4 times. Yeah. It's your first time getting. You know, 60 seconds is longer than you think. Longer than longer than you think. thought you were being honest there. I just feel like you don't know anything about the female orgasm.
Truth and comedy, but not true definition.
Sam, what do you do for work when you're not plumbing with your brother Louis?
You can marry your brothers out of your mouth.
Thank you.
Good friends of mine.
Sam,
I work for Ty Lopez. I do his videos.
I love
The internet social media guy. Reads a book a day.
what?
Hey, there's noise in that sound machine over there. Oh, a lot of noise. I like.
But you're not a plumber, but you are down the
What do you manage? Yeah, I do like his podcast and videos, commercials and stuff.
Alright. Okay. Mustache removal.
It's there. It's more of me than I am, I think, at this point.
That's a thing of beauty. How long have you been working with this Lopez character?
2 years.
Hey, you don't have to answer that.
I worked at a camera rental company for 5 years.
Oh.
Just
Here in LA?
yeah, here in LA.
Where you're from?
Yeah, I'm from Long Beach, California.
What do your parents do?
My mom's retired. She worked at Boeing for 28 years in ethics, like HR type stuff. Yeah.
Boeing.
Boeing.
Your dad was Bob's big boy?
My dad's dead, but
I'm sorry. Stop. Yeah. Anything cool? Like, in the book, it's MJ. Like, what would be cool fun stuff about you? Making, like, paper airplanes or something?
I mean, I skateboard every day almost. You wouldn't think this size of a person skateboards a lot, but there you go. Pretty good.
Every day.
Almost every day, yeah. I get winded very quickly, but I'm not there.
Can you skateboard tricks, like on a half point?
I can drop in and do that. I mean, I'm not going to get air.
More of a grinder.
More of a grinder, a lot of pumping.
Yeah. Skateboarding, is that it?
Yeah, pretty much.
When's the last time you've been with a woman? You said you don't understand the female, whatever, I believe so.
No, I got out of a kind of complicated relationship. Maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah. How'd that go? What was so complicated about it?
She wanted to move back home to Maryland, and didn't want me going with her.
Wow. I love the review. Like, something like that. I didn't tell you this, but people already know, but I go back to West.
You say,
Wow. Damn.
we had a dog together.
Oh, wow. Did you take the dog or
She
leave it?
did. She really did, yeah. It was a little dog.
What was the dog's name?
The dog's name was
Rue?
It was Rue.
Like French for street?
Rue, like R-O-O? I don't know. Rue.
You know sometimes call them Rue?
Yeah, Rue.
Yeah, you're damn right.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
What's the thing you miss most, the dog or the,
Dog? I miss the dog more, to be honest with you. He loves me.
how long was that dog?
What is it?
That's 14,
Yeah.
That's a long time. Long you. Your dog? Wiener dog? What kind of dog was it?
It was half Basenji, half Chihuahua. Basenjis don't bark, they're like quiet.
Basenjis don't welcome in my neighborhood.
Yeah. Well,
You on any dating sites or anything like that? Or?
if you can give me some dating advice, I would love that.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. Normally people don't ask for honest dating advice, but all right, I'll give. I would say change your complete life. I would just do everything that you've been doing differently. I go no carbs, no bread for at least, at the looks of it, maybe 4 or 5 months. Drink a lot of water, jog every day. I follow Cam Hayes on Instagram. Get inspired. Everybody that ever told you they like it lied.
Yeah.
Lied to your face. Those people are fucking lying. That's terrible. Did your ex-girlfriend like the mustache?
I don't know.
Oh, that's what it is. It's
Why she let you, dude?
It's your Batman. You got the mustache after she broke your heart.
I feel like I've had it for so long, I hear no one would really recognize me.
Oh, no, they know you. Yeah. Throw the rest of it out. That's what I did.
Wait a second.
Did you have a mustache?
No, this is just a mustache with other stuff.
Okay.
That's what here it is.
So no carbs and.
Yeah, you're bad.
I'm trying to make this
a podcast. You're gonna be able to listen back.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. That's.
You have a good personality, right?
I think they want like a.
Whoa, Brian Redman, you can get something for this dog. Oh. Thank you for that green light.
Oh my god. I just love it. I love that you said that you want to change the mustache because you think people not recognize you as the guy that you are right now. You should be rushing to what happened to your hand? Why's your hand stuck like that?
You told me?
That you just resting it on your belly. You didn't notice that?
No!
You didn't notice a complete arm rest there. That's another thing. You change it. Be your life coach, dude.
I would maybe also put some Band-Aid on your nipples so they don't feel.
I knew it! I knew that they're so hard. That's what happens.
Once again, Redman, guys, hold on it. Run.
Italian guy, you got oh shit. I'm tripping along. Oh wow, I remember this lady. I think she's only been on before. Put your hands together for Alice Rose, ladies and gentlemen.
Black dogs bark at you, and white people try to blame you for their dog barking at you. Like, oh my god, it's so weird that Muffins would bark at you because she's like a great judge of character. Yeah, it's not because I'm your only black friend that Muffins is fucking racist. It's because I have terrible character. Yeah, Muffins knows that I don't get paid to people, and she's like, bark, bark, you asshole. And I'm so sorry, how do you know this is some type of fucking dog psychic? Because, pardon me, I didn't realize I was speaking to the shittiest member of the X-Men. You could go have a slumber party with Aquaman and Hawkeye because that's a superpower. Fucking people and your dog. You're just like, it's my baby. And I'm like, you should have got a divorce.
part that I remember. Off the bat. Oh yeah. How's life been?
Since I was on Kill Tony, fucking awesome. Like, a bunch of people hit up my Instagram and, like, my Twitter and told me they thought I was funny. I didn't even plug either one, so I don't know how they found me. I just saw some douche going on. Yeah. No, people started booking me for, like, shows. I gotta do, like, 20 minutes out in fucking the Coachella Valley. And I was on a show with the Parna Manchur a little while ago. It's been going awesome.
Right. Great. Dogs?
Dogs like me. Or any of my black friends.
You can train them. You know that, right?
I think that's what's going on. I'm scared of dogs. I don't hate dogs. A fucking dog tried to bite me on Saturday. Like, the lady was, like, holding the leash back, and I had to legit jump into some bushes.
Of course, Sam J is back there trying to forget about his dog, and it just keeps the storyline just continues. The last guy's girlfriend left with the dog.
I was sitting right there. I heard it.
Okay, a little later.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an idiot. Yeah.
How long have you done that?
For like ever. My mom opened a daycare center in my house when I was 4 years old, so I've been like cleaning and babysitting ever since then.
How long have you
For about a year.
fun? Busy? A lot?
Yeah, almost every night if I can.
A lot of
Pretty much all I do is stand-up, jogging, and writing.
Jeez. A lot of jogging. Good. Well, writing.
Portland, Oregon. Like 2 years ago.
We well,
I mean, like, the traffic is better, that's about it. I fucking hate Portland. It's cold, it's fucking slippery as white folks. I can't record.
And it really because I just got it done. My wife got it done. Know about any of this? Oh. Show. Anyway, dog a few weeks ago. We're a few weeks into having this dog. Dog. Nice. Next thing you know, it's like feel like a little bit like with a little.
Is that you're gonna have a baby?
What?
You're gonna have a kid now? Am I gonna find out when he's like this?
For all my Canadian friends with kids.
Oh, it's perfect.
Maybe. Alice, anything else crazy about you or fun about you? Or
Last time we talked about my racist parents,
race again? Which race?
all of them except
Wait, your parents are
my mom's white, my dad's black. We're racist.
against everything?
Can you remind me? Can you tell me what? Yeah, I must have been this last time. But what's the racist thing against black? for her to know you.
Oh, then my mom.
Yeah.
Oh, so on Easter one time, we were all just like having a good time, and then my dad, like out of nowhere, just goes like, by like 2049, most of this country's gonna be brown. I looked at him and I was like, Dad, what's wrong with that? And then I saw him remember that he was black, and he said nothing.
Wow. Wait, what about your mom? Mom's
All the fucking time. She's like, Native American, you're an alcoholic. Like, you're
this kind of. But what about
Yeah,
and by the way, it's like the 2049 thing earlier. I mean, I'm really looking for the. I'm starting to think about anything.
I tried to tell her, I'm like, you're a Native American, why aren't you a gambling alcoholic? And she's like, well, I'm Jewish, so I'm also good with money. I'm like,
Wow.
when I was a kid, that she thinks that thick lips are slutty. Fucked up.
Well, again, I'm better with because green. There's
gun stories from Game of Thrones.
the only Game of Thrones fan in the other corner. Nothing funny. The character doesn't believe that a monster like you is that much in the Game of Thrones, Jeremiah. Wow. I want to hear so much more about your parents. I hope you talk about them on stage eventually.
I try to. It tends to make white people sad, but I'm working at it.
Yeah, but just keep doing it.
I got laughs sometimes, but well, I have like 4 black cousins, and one of them came to visit my mom, like my United States Quarter Collectors Board, because she thought my black cousin would like steal the 1250. Yeah, which she didn't, but like my white cousin stole fucking all of my quarters.
Right?
Remember even I who's in the all right, Alice. That's Alice. In the can. And corner. That's the actual top. Iron's this come from America. They like surveys about us, right? Where I'm from, people voted as having the happiest people in the world, right? Same year, highest suicide rates in Europe. So happy and yourself? Eric there. I moved here in January this year, second week in LA. I was like with race to Wendy, which where I assume all fucking races takes place. Guy comes to me and like, hey bro, I'll give you $20 if you just say your magic. Here's the thing though, this cunt was an albino. First rule of races, fucking albino. But this fucking race is so small around Wendy's giving me shit. On the show. Second, I'm the guy that lives with 30 people. Ah. Fucking there. Yeah. Like your family? Or no? I am Catholic, but no, it's in Mexico. House and at the park. It's like 30 people. Like what we were saying, friends random place together. It's 34.
I just don't. And I kind of like having to talk about it as well. That's fun.
30.
30.
How long has it been since you were on the show last ballpark?
Say like a month and a half.
And what do you do for work?
I work at the Animal Park Swans rental.
Wow.
Yeah. I think I jumped fucking late. But yeah, it's there for now.
What do you do? I mean, what do you do at the lake again?
You can set up those.
You're able to stay afloat with the child.
I'm on.
Got you.
I'm on. Like I put people in small boats.
How does that pay well? On a rental. What do you? $6?
No, it's thing.
Wait, how long you been in the States?
I moved here.
Okay. Oh my God, do I love the way you said January. Say it again. It was a long trip. I remember. It's not that bad, I love the way you say that. Say it again.
I can't understand a damn word you have to say.
Irish, Italian guy.
Dude, people think it's a mob thing.
Oh my God. Why? What do you think about this? Living with 30 people.
I think it's absolutely fucking terrifying.
What do you know? How many people's names do you know in the house?
Oh, you know all. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Alex there.
Hold on.
Last time you said there was one slutty girl that everyone fucked.
Yeah, she's smart. Yeah.
What's the man to woman split there?
It's about at the minute it's like 3/4 male. So it's silent.
What's the 25% of women? What are they? Number is.
Oh, wait. Medium number?
Well, I mean, like, what like, the hotness chick.
Oh, I wouldn't.
How many hot chicks are there out of 25?
Fucking anybody one of those. What do you want me to say?
Still in a room.
There's like 10 people per room. It's like, what bad, like, I think like pause. That's what we do.
Alright, I don't want to do this right now, but you're in a concentration. Fine.
Fast food, everybody just yeah. I mean, I try and fucking eat well, but like the kitchen is always so fucking crowded. They like
Take your children away at the door, like when you get there.
pod.
And I realized Greta No Pants was just down the hall. There was no running water, but Greta was always running. The house or anything in
Not like before I came to America, I nearly fucking got this because I got drunk and woke up in a forest back home. Real fucking story. It was
Irish I've ever heard in my life. You know, it's when you need to turn your light on. When you get drunk in the forest. Done your, oh my God. You know what? Somebody's paying you 15 an hour. I'm going to take 15 an hour to have this place. Right. I know I else, anything else you want to say to anything you want to add? Especially my huge honor for me. Thanks for I really enjoyed your set. I did. Very funny. Very, very charismatic. You did. Very funny. Thank you for welcoming. There you go. From what? Yeah. Really, yeah. What's your wife's name? That's 30 people. Anything is one rate on podcast, right? Yeah. It's unbelievable. It was more expensive. How much per month again, Aaron? 700. Let me talk to you. Mental like water. Damn it. Genius. That's new. Genius. Making fucking tens of thousands. How do you think I pay for this? Is that true? You're renting out pods to me? Yeah. Suck my dick. There am I fucking. Hey, man. You guys having fun out there? Experiencing the second phase. Here we go. William Chang. William Chang. Right. William Chang sleeps with the fishes. Experience together with Catherine Tate. Hi, everybody. About the bucket. This is how I was. My parents had a Volkswagen van, and my dad was very busy. And there wasn't time for things like over. And there was always police cases, and it's really hard to balance over a tiny little popcorn bucket in the back of a very old van while your mother is very Catholic and your dad is very drunk, usually whiskey involved, and there's many different rubs covering the entire back. And I got very good at squatting. And at night, I like to hear those whooshing, watery sounds on YouTube. It reminds me of the soft of the urine and other items back. That's the poop bucket. I wanted to share that with you tonight.
Animal now is a science investigator for us. She has won many awards for her environmental documentaries, and she's about to be up. As we go to air, I have received the following. I'm going to read it and let Linda comment as she best can. I've been hearing rumors of trouble in Arizona. Mr. Bell, we are experiencing a situation in Ash Fork, Arizona. Numerous local residents have lost livestock, the death of 17 horses, and numerous wildlife in the immediate area. The federal task force has interrogated us, and there's military presence throughout the area. ID not presented. We were told business cards were unavailable at the time. The symptoms are always fatal. We've been told this is caused by a, quote, unnatural toxin, end quote. Numerous residents have observed very late-night flights, helicopter flights, unmarked, unlighted aircraft flying low. This week, the presence of a toxic waste management disposal truck was on a rural residential street being driven by uniformed military, accompanied by the same personnel in suits. There has been very slight media coverage of this about 2 weeks ago in Phoenix. That probably accounts for the rumors I heard. He goes on, it has been observed a fine mist-like hairspray substance on the backs of many of the animals. The spray pattern seems to be intermittent within this rural area. I'll withhold the name, but I do have it and a phone number. Goes on to say, I've lost 3 of my horses to whatever this is, and other residents are available for your interview, other residents, I guess, of that area. So with that as sort of an unknown way to begin the program here in Philadelphia is Linda Moulton-Howe. Has that also, Linda, welcome.
And out any information about this story of toxins on the area, fax number 214842. That's fax 215-491-9842.
Sorry, we don't have more for you folks, but this hit us at airtime, and I just got it to Linda.
Right, and it's important to let people know that this is occurring, and I will see what I can find out. And as soon as I have something, or maybe we can do something on Coast next week in addition.
All right.
To the fact that there are so many different environmental assaults around us now. Tonight, I have some answers to recent environmental mysteries, including the strange white stuff found in water near Whiskey Town, California, and the die-off of birds in Louisiana. But first, there is unsettling news this week from New England about a rare virus attacking salmon there. When the first boats from Europe arrived at American shores, there were millions of wild salmon in rivers from Maine to Connecticut. But now there are only a couple of thousand left, and that is why this recent outbreak of what's called swim bladder sarcoma virus, seen only twice before in salmon, is especially tragic. All the virus-infected fish came from Maine's Pleasant River. Biologists have quarantined hatcheries there and have had to kill hundreds of diseased salmon. Some scientists speculate that the virus has spread from commercial salmon farms along Maine's coast, where every year thousands of fish escape from their crowded holding pens. Just as humans crowded together can spread disease more easily, those commercial fish carry diseases to wild salmon that have no immunity. Another disease has been destroying birds on the West Coast. One of the worst outbreaks of avian cholera in memory has killed more than 50,000 water birds in northern and central California, including the rare and beautiful Aleutian Canada geese that are already on the federal threatened species list. Fortunately, bird cholera is not typically transmitted to humans or other mammals. Scientists speculate that last month's cold weather caused birds to flock together in tight spaces of open water, which may have spread the disease, just like the salmon crowded in those Maine commercial fisheries. Also in California, Associated Press reported recently that a mysterious substance was discovered in 2 natural springs in the Whiskey Town National Recreation Area, about 6 miles west of Redding. One of the men who discovered the strange stuff is Bud Ivy, Chief of Natural Resource Management at the Whiskey Town National Recreation Area. I asked him to describe this stuff.
The world is getting to be a strange place.
Looking at a mass of stuff, and if you think of hair on a dog's back, and expand the size of that hair to almost like a 1/16 of an inch, and 1.5 inches long, whitish, eggshell white in color. These are attached, look like, into the bottom of this soil, and they're filamentous and they're in the stream of flowing water.
And when you put your hand in the water and touched it, what did it feel like?
Not like a little slime or barely perceptible to touch. Very fragile.
And then did it disappear when you tried to touch it?
Well, you could actually lift it out, pick it out with your fingers and see something, but then it looked kind of like cotton or, real fine.
And in the water, did it make the stream for 5 or 6 feet look almost pure white?
In some areas, it was real thick and it covered the surface. In other areas, it didn't attach, and you could see the oil beneath it flow.
And had you ever seen anything like that before? What is the weird stuff? 3 different labs determined it's a bacterium that gets its energy by taking electrons from hydrogen sulfide, and it can only grow in water that has no oxygen. The Whiskey Town springs have so much hydrogen sulfide you can smell it where the springs come out of the ground. And the water is so ancient, it's called fossil water, dating back to the last ice age. But why did the bacterium show up now?
We had a fair-sized earthquake on Thanksgiving Day. And their question was, is this organism, do you think, the result of earthquake activity, and could it be related to volcanic activity? There's a lot of talk about those items in our regional area. So they thought it might be there might be a link there, but
well, hydrogen sulfide might be really related to some kind of volcanic activity that could have been set off by the earthquake.
Well, that's possible, or it could have been existent there all the time. I think this site that we found this stuff lies on a naturally occurring and known fault called the Hoadley Fault. We have other areas where we smell that hydrogen sulfide also along the fault. We have some other spring flows.
So this was related to the fact that the earthquake might have jostled something that released some hydrogen sulfide more into the spring than had been before, and that may be why you found it.
Could be. Or it's been there for a long time. We just didn't see it. I really don't know.
In other news recently, there were Louisiana newspaper headlines such as, quote, dying blackbirds rain down a North Louisiana town, unquote. The facts are this. The birds were grackles, not red-winged blackbirds, and thousands of grackles were on their normal migration south. The official Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries and Department of Agriculture counted the dead birds at only about 500, not thousands. What caused the grackles to drop into yards unable to walk and stretching and twisting their heads back before dying, as residents in Morehouse Parish reported? Well, the possible answer came this week from Dr. Simon Shane, professor in the Department of Epidemiology and Community Health at the School of Veterinary Medicine, Louisiana State University in Baton Rouge. Dr. Shane has been on a team that has examined several of the dead grackles. What did they find? Here is Dr. Simon Shane.
Should be interesting.
There was no consistent bacterial infection. The microscopic examinations failed to show any signs which could be consistent with either a bacterial or a viral disease. And again, subsequent tox screens and examination of liver, kidney, muscle, tissue failed to reveal the presence of any toxin. So I came to the conclusion that what we were looking at here, and in view of the fact that only a small percentage of the flock is involved, we were actually looking at birds that were dying of hypoglycemia, low blood sugar, and the sequence would be that these are immature birds that are making their first migration if you remember, about 10 to 12 days ago, there was a very serious weather disturbance involving the southeast, extending northeastwards, with very, very high wind and rain. In fact, I think the storm spawned some tornadoes which caused serious damage.
Okay.
I believe that the birds that are affected were the outliers in the migration, the later birds. They were very severely buffeted, stressed, strained by the weather. When they came in, they were devoid of any fat, devoid of energy reserves, went down onto the ground. They did not eat, and they died. And in any migration, there will be a percentage of birds that die. In view of the fact this is only approximately 400 to 500 out of, shall we say, 20 to 30,000 birds, that's not an excessive amount. What I think may have happened is that we may have had a clustering effect of these birds. And instead of these 400 or 500 that died being spread out over a large area of uninhabited land, we may have had a few coming down or clustering in areas where people would see them and pick them up. But I personally do not regard this as either a disease problem or a toxicity, based on the small numbers of birds involved, based on the complete absence of any lesions, the absence of any infective organism, and the absence of any toxins that we could find in them.
Now, how often have you, in your work in veterinary medicine, heard of cases where birds would suffer these kinds of deaths from low blood sugar?
Well, there are parallels in poultry where chickens with low blood sugar will show pretty much the same nervous clinical changes.
Now, were you able to make any analysis of the blood in these birds to determine if, in fact, they were hypoglycemic?
No, unfortunately, because all the birds that I have looked at or that have come in have been dead birds.
And in your practice, have you ever seen grackles suffer this kind of die-off before from a low blood sugar?
No, this particular connection has never been made, but I do know grackles die off as well as many other birds die off during migration. It's the weak ones which die.
And it is right now a hypothesis that it was low blood sugar, but you're not absolutely certain.
I do know that when birds suffer low blood sugar, they will show clinical signs consistent with the descriptions which have been provided. And that is definite.
So that might be the answer to the Louisiana problem, Art.
My God, it might be.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting as we continue to move into the disease and death in the Florida Keys. And I've been reporting about this with him for the last couple of years. Between 1996 and 1998, the numbers are now in. There was a 446% increase in disease at 160 coral sites along the Florida coast.
Good Lord.
One reef experienced a death rate of 62%. That means more than half the coral is dead. Dr. Porter said that, quote, nearly all of the killing pathogens are new to science. Corals are like the canary in the mine. They are telling us that the water where they live is becoming suboptimal for their existence. We don't know if what we are seeing is a natural cycle or if it is being caused by what human beings are doing to the planet, unquote.
Then you're also aware, aren't you, of the whale problem in California?
Yeah.
The count is terribly down, and they think it has to do with the temperature of the water, maybe.
That's right, and that's another story that I've got to check further into. But looking at the worldwide picture, Dr. Porter reported to the AAAS that now about 10% of the coral worldwide has died. And if present trends and conditions continue, an additional 20 to 30% of the world's coral will be lost. New studies show that human viruses migrate into Florida coastal waters from the 1.6 million septic tanks in the state. Research confirms that within 24 hours of toilets being flushed, viruses and pathogens from those toilets are in the coastal waters. Many people are even becoming infected now with viruses and bacteria that are traced to that flushing while playing in the ocean. And this septic tank pollution might also be related to the increase in the killing pathogens that have not been seen in coral before. I want to thank Dreamland and Coast listeners who help me stay current with news about Earth changes and unusual phenomena. And I always welcome faxes to my number, which is 215-491-9842. That's 215-491-9842 to fax me, and my mailing address is Linda Howe, Howe, Post Office Box 300, Jameson, Pennsylvania, zip code 18929. That's Linda Howe, Post Office Box 300 in Jameson, Pennsylvania, 18929. And Art, I'll check into the horses, and I'm checking into the whales, and
you get the feeling the environment's collapsing around us?
Some days I do, and other days I say we have to keep trying to change what we do.
Today is not a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Art.
See you coming week or on next week. This is one of those days where I see the canary bouncing around stiff at the bottom of the cage. I'm Art Bell. This is Dreamland. Bud Hopkins is next. Online, of course, at AmericanGoldRose.com. Now comes Bud Hopkins, who should be familiar to all of you who listen to the programming that I do. He is author of Intruders, Witness, Missing Time. He is a remarkable man who has been in this field deeply and is respected by almost everybody in it as one of its leaders. So here is Bud Hopkins. Bud, welcome.
Well, glad to be with you, Art.
I guess, the first thing before we get off into what we're going to do, Bud, I'd like to ask you your reactions. If you heard Linda Moulton Howe's report, what do you feel about all of this?
Well, I mean, it certainly is ominous to hear the ravenous encroachments really into the coral reefs, which are essential to the ecology, the atolls, many areas in the ocean. It really sounds pretty horrible. The idea that a third might be completely gone in a few years. And the idea that she mentioned that this may have to do with too many septic tanks too close to the water's edge in Florida in particular. Again, I think it reminds us of the fact that overpopulation is just going to be a disaster to us. And I'm thinking with some dismay of the fact that the Pope was here in the United States preaching against birth control, which I find shocking when one considers what's happening to the ecology of the world.
I could not agree more. And, of course, as you pointed out, I think, on the phone before the show, he's about to go to Mexico, where he is going to preach.
Yeah.
Indeed, they're pretty much to the choir, a very much Catholic nation. And I don't know where all of this is headed for us, but I sense there's a reckoning coming. I can't shake the loop of the fact that last week, what's happening? Earth is getting mad at us. And I said to the caller, no, I don't think Earth gets mad at us, angry. I think that Earth gets, and by that I mean that nature finds an imbalance if we create one, and finds a way eventually to correct the balance.
And that may be true. And of course, whenever you look at something like a mountain range, I was in Italy with my wife last summer, and we saw a giant cliff that had obviously split in half, a scarp, a mountainous scarp, and you could see the various strata. This must have been a quarter of a mile high, as if the entire thing had split apart. So there was maybe a distance of a quarter of a mile between the two halves of this very high mountain. You realize that happened at some point. Not terribly long ago in terms of geological history. You realize that Earth has always gone through incredible convulsions. Mm-hmm. And I think we sort of get ourselves lulled into believing that all the lakes are going to be the same height and all the water is going to be the same purity and everything is going to, the animal life is going to remain pretty much the way it is. It never has, and I think it's changing now. And of course, with this overpopulation we have and the toxic waste that's being dumped and so forth, I think it's speeding up. But I think we're always wrong to assume that nature is stable. It really isn't.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Our weather is obviously undergoing some sort of profound change, be it short-term or long-term. We as short-term mortals don't really have a way of judging that, but obviously our weather is changing.
Mm-hmm.
And that seems to be part of it. And I guess in some ways, we can sort of jump from the present condition of the planet, current condition, to the intruders, to whoever might be here, and whether there might be some correlation between the visitations we're getting and what we're doing to the planet. Any thoughts on that?
Well, there may well be. One of the problems is instead of having people like me for you to be interviewing, if you had the chief UFO occupant to talk to and to get a straight answer, you might know the answer to some of those questions. We really don't know is the bottom line.
Well, if you can arrange that interview for me,
I'll give it a shot. I think that it's very easy for us to take all kinds of earthly fears and hopes, and this is a theme I've talked about a great deal, and ascribe them to alien motives.
Sure.
I mean, when we think of the vast number of movies that have shown alien invaders coming down and blowing up the White House and everything else, I would say the basic science fiction mode is to show the UFO occupants as being sort of cosmic stormtroopers or something. There is absolutely no evidence for that whatsoever in the case material. It's interesting, Art, when I think about it. At my advanced age, I've been at this for 24 years, and I've interviewed, I've worked one-on-one with something like 650 people reporting abduction experiences, and Lord knows how many other people I've interviewed and how many books I've read and lectures I've attended and so forth. But through none of this, really, do we have any iota of evidence suggesting some kind of alien malevolence. But on the other hand, I don't see any evidence whatsoever of alien helpfulness. They seem to be playing the game their way, holding the cards very close. They do what they seem to have to do, and nobody really knows what the ultimate purpose of this is going to be, what's going to turn out to be.
There are many people who think the animal mutilations, the cattle mutilations, and the rest of it may be a form of environmental monitoring. And when you consider the possibilities, our government does not need to go into a farmer's field in the middle of the night and cut up a cow.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think that, one of the funny things about the sort of paranoid edge that people have when they look at some of these things is they tend to assume the enemy or the government or whatever it is that they're thinking about is practically infallible. Every paranoid ascribes to the enemy almost, whoever the enemy is, almost unimaginable powers. And, for instance, as you just said, with the animal mutilations, here we've had thousands of mutilated animals. And I've run into a number of cases that are clearly connected with abductions. And, of course, so is Linda, in her work, Linda Howe. The idea that somehow the government is running around in the dead of night and running into farmers' fields and leaving no footprints of doing this is just ridiculous. They could do it in a laboratory under a controlled environment if they had to.
Precisely.
And, just as an example, I was attending a very interesting party last night. It was a 96th birthday party for Alex Image, who is quite a wonderful student of parapsychology and a friend of mine. This was at Ingo Swan, so it was quite an interesting gathering.
Oh, Ingo, yes.
Yeah, and the thing was, I was talking to somebody who said he had had some abduction experiences. And he said the government sent 5 black helicopters over and hovering over his house the next day. And this has happened again and again. And I said, well, what do you think the government is doing that for? And he said, well, they're trying to intimidate me. And I said, well, are you intimidated? And he said, no, he wasn't intimidated. He was angry. And I asked him why he really thought the government would spend all that money to get these helicopters fueled up and piloted and send them over his house to sit there. Absolutely no effect on his behavior whatsoever, except to maybe make him go public with it. It doesn't make any sense. It's, again, an imagining of government power and expense. So when I said, if we have 30 or 40, 50,000 people abducted every night, let's just say, I'm making up numbers here, I think I have 150,000 helicopters to divide it up to fly over people's houses with the hope that somebody's intimidated. Right. It doesn't work that way.
No.
I think it's a part of the...
I'm not gonna make a movie. Have they hooked up already? No. I mean, well, no, right. No. I just experience. I learned to follow it. And I experienced like really started. I can't say I always like magic ability. So I'm not gonna give away too much. I don't want to say nothing that could be, if you want to give away something. I do. But anyway, I'm single. I'm like a fucking vegetarian. I find it very compelling to follow along with this and find out what single woman. Very vegetarian, That don't get on me. I think something like that. Oh, you can go crazy being on those months. I'm counting about the believe you don't get laid though. I must say, and all that ass. Jeremiah? No, I don't attract it. Everybody else, I don't want to be with somebody I'm attracted to. Right? Fucking like your style. Out there. I'm from the Stony State. Stony State? Show me. St. Louis, Missouri. Yeah. Boy, dudes, crazy. Blowing up my phone. No shit like that, but I can say it. Good at study. But, you ever this is I'm gonna pay some homage to my old website. My old you pleasure yourself. Pleasure of Malcolm. What's that? No, not yet, but I don't know. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it just so happens that it is truly a part of the show where we do bring up our regular week. He is a goddamn sensation, crushing it everywhere. Just had a gigantic NBC fucking super showcase in Las Vegas. Just headlined his own show in Iowa last week. Put your hands together for the great match, everybody. Like, is it cool if I don't get your shoes? Your shoes can't get the picture. I was like, what is? I gotta show. Hurry up and get it real quick. Going to the crystal on my mom's house because I couldn't look at nothing name brand.
Because she hit me upside the head. Now, one time I looked at some frosted flakes, she said, you better look at them flakes. Man, in North Carolina, flakes is a nigga version of frosted flakes. Frosted flakes is a tiger with a bowl of cereal milk in the bowl. But flakes, it's a nigga with tiger fan. Empty bowl of cereal on the bowl of
handled it very publicly. You said something like, love you. That you plug your ears. So, Spanish,
hell no. I'm in a white room. Yeah. Now you so long. Looking for I like that. I got hundred.
You've been with a white woman recently? Have you?
Not recently, but not like. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's not like I have one table there.
If the pussy was pink, and girl, that shit look like bubble gum. Let me. Go right back in and.
Damn. Jeremiah?
Chris.
The light is good. You shows.
Great, man.
You know, I love that you actually were totally set up track by.
Oh yeah.
But you stuck to it. Always do whatever. Like if you want to talk about it, do it. But if you want to do your material, never let it sway.
Yeah.
That I love.
I love that you did.
Absolutely. I thought it was perfectly handled. Goddamn perfect example of absolutely the audience will gauge that. You know, they'll go along trip with you based on your content. We did talk about that.
The chicken was good as hell though.
Aphrodite made you chicken airplay.
Yeah, a lot of us, not just me.
Right. Aphrodite is the other dog.
Niggas in the Mexican chicken.
I noticed like a lot of shows coming up in Vegas. The laugh at stuff like that. That's your first time in Vegas.
What was y'all remember?
Oh, that's right.
They forgot about it.
Yeah, you forgot.
One night we were here. It was hot as hell in Vegas.
That was fun. What else is going on? Anything else you want to chat about or think?
Oh yeah, I want to say happy birthday to my friend Tony Guerrero in the back. Tony, that's my boy.
Hey, well, look at that. Little birthday shout out.
He cool. He gave me money a while ago. Here. Oh, this nigga got money.
Are you staying at a place right now? Because I know
I have like people asked me that yesterday I was. What I was like in the car. I like the car. Yeah, I ride a lot.
You crashed in the car a lot?
Yeah, I've been in the car since I came out here.
How long ago was that?
August 30th.
And then
A month after I got here, I went home.
and you're coming up on a year?
August, yeah, August 30th.
Dude, you can move to a place with potatoes and $700 fucking dollars.
That's gonna be a bad Wi-Fi connection right here.
Yeah.
Y'all got me go real quick.
Wow.
Gotta go to headline.
That's wild, dude. that he came out and wrote a few months ago and a couple months ago. Money raised by a bunch of Coltoni fans was able to exceed the limit of GoFundMe media. Wow, that's a white ball. Very nice. We'll definitely be able to white ball though.
Hey, Will, what did I say about earlier, huh? Yeah. Got one girl screaming at me.
How come you get rid of your...
Man, it was at the gym, and they was finna tow it, and Sarita got it towed. Then they... So it's I'm sitting at a... It's...
I feel like Aphrodite is gonna buy it and hang it up like walls or things.
It's gonna be licking this seat. She gonna put on her butt.
I'm excited about this. Another fun step from you, sir, Malcolm Hatchett. You did it again. That's killer. Big announcements coming up. I think a lot of them come up. Big and like an interesting name. Putting it together for Billy Y. Billy Y. There he comes. From right there. Billy Y.
Thank you. What the fuck is that? Two words where like people... What the fuck I'm talking about? What was the two words where like people thought you heard one word, but it was a different word? And Ellen, who said? So what was it? What did you think it was? The correct answer is he opened up a Mediterranean cooking franchise called it
Jeremiah.
So, Tony, I've never killed for this many other people. But if you want to make it happen, you know a guy.
Wow. Why? Can I ask you why?
Actually, I think it's like a story up here.
Oh my God. What happened?
Not for me.
Billy, what's your story? You look like you were born recently and also 45 at the same time. What could have look, this guy looks like he's Al Qaeda.
Down for with construction.
Try.
I didn't hear Laurel Oyani, little bitch boy.
Billy looks like Eddie Bravo. Never heard of jiu-jitsu before.
Yeah, because it's caveman.
Hey, how long you been on stand-up?
Off and on for about 3 or 4 months.
How long have you been painting the inside of caves? Billy, where you from? Long Island. How long have you been in Los Angeles?
I don't live in Los Angeles. Yeah.
How'd you get here?
My T-Rex.
What's that?
The dinosaur.
No, you voted a best to meet. So, how long you in town for? Just a minute. I'm going back to Long Island. No. This is home. I've been out here half my life. It's just fun. Okay. Lied about that. I'm in New York. Anyway. What do you do for a living? Farming. Where do you farm? In the 909. About 15 miles. Live here? Yeah. I grow strawberries the size of fucking strawberries? You're the strawberry guy? I don't believe anything you're saying anymore. Why, everybody? Tell me why. And it's tiger. That was your hands together for Kiernan. Then my roommates only clean if they think they're gonna get laid. This doesn't happen a lot. I don't have Tom Segura money, and I can't afford a cleaning lady, so I started catfishing the roommates. Yeah, it's just me, one room, I'm the other. We're having sexy conversations about stuff I want to do. Let's have sex in the shower. Take a nice, clean shower. I know you guys are thinking this guy's fucking brilliant, but it's gotta end. We've all seen this TV show, right? We've seen Catfish. But here's the thing: if you're a girl on the internet, you just don't text back. That's it. It's par for the course. And you guys, I fucking love being a girl on the internet. Good. Oh yeah. Your name's Bitcoin. That is good. Yeah, I mean, I train them. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit longer than that. Years. Yeah, that's usually how I end it. I have like. I don't even think you need that last part. No, on after the fucking bangers. The bangers and yeah. Rooted in truth. It's rooted in the fact that I only clean if I think I'm getting laid. It doesn't happen a lot. Sex for me is about like most of the time it's me. That was so bad. I apologize. Like butter everywhere or something like that. More than anything from there. But the fucking like your joke, that'll kill it everywhere. Yeah. Awesome. How long you been on stand up? On and off for like 6 months. Actually, no, it's only 3 nights a week. 3 nights a week. Why only 3 nights? I don't have an work. Advertising. Yeah, I'm a copywriter for advertising. Oh. Yeah. Full-time job. It's a real job. Yeah. It's hard, but when do you usually get up? I've been going here recently, but I never get up. I go to this place called Rivet in Gardena. Always give me a minute. I've been doing bringer shows. The Ice House once, and that felt really good. Yeah. Man, for 6 months, you're killing it. Good. Yeah, I just confident like crazy guys. Yeah. How old are you? I'm 24, just 24. How much money do you more than right? More than I don't know about more than you. I mean, I don't have Tom Segura money, even when Tom Segura is not. Really? That's wow, I love that. Yeah, no, take somebody richer. For sure. Take somebody richer? Yeah. Like Tony Hitchcock's money? Yeah. Kiernan. Yeah. your love life like?
I mean, I'm just doing a lot of dating. On the app. I use Hinge a lot because I'm. Oh yeah, you're. No, keep going. Yeah, I'm a copywriter, so I write. So I use Hinge because it's mainly text-based, lots of questions and answers.
What do you have the highest like return rate on? What's your batting average?
Hinge. I mean, batting average is not good. Like
really?
Really bad.
He gets most of his action off LinkedIn.
Why don't you go to
why don't you go to another app?
It's too much like this. Wow, look at you. Come on. I don't know. What is that?
He just play Jack. Yeah, he just like keep up with Bumble or something.
Yeah.
Oh, the red band. Yeah, unbelievable.
Fantastic. Where did you get married? Same place that Trump got Melania. That's where he goes on.
Fuck yeah. Where winners get win. Anyway, Kieran,
Yes.
what else about you?
I was born in New Jersey and I grew up in Columbus, Ohio.
Hey, I like this guy.
Yeah, when I fucking say Columbus, bye-bye.
They went over to Columbus.
Yeah, my hometown.
Lady is fairly hit.
Yeah.
Wendy's hamburger.
All right. It's a fun little bridge.
You do 6 nights a week there. You're not doing stand-up that way. What happened?
Holy Trader Joe's, mac and cheese. This is mac and cheese. This is my night.
I'm sorry. Now Red Band keeping his pants a little.
Yeah.
Whatever, man. It's like a big heart. Hey,
I watched the Larry Sanders Show. I'm watching that right now. I fucking love it. Gary Shandling. And I eat ice cream. That's what I do. I love how boring my life is. And it's so technical.
I like this guy.
Yeah.
Living life of a world and all.
Yeah, it is. Be pregnant sometimes. I'm just pregnant with optimism right now.
I give it about 9 months.
Columbus, Ohio. What was the reason to get out? I originally really wanted to be like the advertising guy, and so I was like, I gotta leave Ohio. I went to New York. My brother, and then I got this job out in LA because a weird email I sent about Selena Gomez.
Is that true?
It's so true. My website, if you want, judgemywork.com, or not, judgemy.work. I sent this email about I didn't want this job and I just want to marry Selena Gomez, and here's like my 10-step process
To marrying her?
to marrying her. Yeah, and actually it landed me the job. Yeah.
Right.
It's okay.
They love the creativity.
Yeah. Hey, can I please have a job? I have all this skills.
And it's a good grown up.
I have a grown-up job. It's scary. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You should boss.
Boss is so great. Yeah. All of them are great. Yeah. Good conversation.
Oh yeah. Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
I wish I could say
teach you something.
Right?
You can learn a little something right now.
Okay.
When you're on a live show, you don't have to say it out loud. They feel it too. I was just about to say your name oil, but now it's.
I'm sorry.
How long have you been done double? Hey, how dare you, man?
Alright, so I'm gonna get off.
You can just say that about every skinny right guy. Alright. There he goes. Kieran and Coil, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Monster at. K-O. I am a little biased towards Everyone else, all the best stuff. Florida guy, right? Oh, you're from Ohio. I don't care.
Right back in your face, Cliff.
Throw another name. Guys want one more time? What? Robert. Wow, look what it is. Hawaii. Robert Tom.
Doing. So, we all have vices in life, you know, whether it be gambling or miniature golf, whatever. My father happens to be playing online games and headed by girls in Montana. And he'll let you know when he's losing. It sounds like a fucking motherfucker! God damn it! I got chicks over, the game over, and lets it rip. You know? And he gets very creative and spectacular while playing these games. He's kind of a word. I heard him say, Jesus, that's Anthony Christ. And it paints a very nice visual. Imagine Jesus tap dancing. That's my tap dancing. But you know, other than verbal and painful abuse, child, a lot of things I'm gonna miss. Like that announcer for the Dodgers, Vince Scully. I grew up here in California. That guy is also a wordsmith, and I'm not gonna do that impression. Thank you guys.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish it. Stop.
I'm gonna miss that guy, you know, and he's a very classy dude, but I'd love to hear him just really shit all the game. You know, like Tommy Lasorda is today. Nothing is fat pig like face a Dodger dog. There's one thing Tommy wants is another fucking heart attack with mustard ketchup. Thank you.
Like, yeah. Oh, that literally might be the best done by anyone ever. Yeah. I was Jeremiah with that right? Scully? Yeah, you almost never hear it. Yeah. That's incredible.
Palmer.
Oh, what? What is that?
I get that everywhere, man. It looks like something to be like in the hood, you know, like.
Oh, yeah. Personally.
Well, my grandfather would always get calls games and stuff, and I was really not like a big dude. I wasn't athletic. I watched fucking kids in the hall. I was too busy loving.
By the way, is it really a super athletic? W right now. Letting you know.
I don't know.
The first thing I thought, it's a goddamn shame that you're that gigantic and just a fucking schlub
all the time.
You wear the shirt, a schlub. That's a schlub shirt. You have to go to a schlub center. Hey, how long you been doing this?
I was doing it 2 years, and then I did music. So the first time I've actually gotten stand-up in years. Yeah.
You come up with world unique words, everything. It's great. That's what I hate your shirt so much. Like,
Action.
yeah, the fucking 58-year-old guy.
Yeah.
Expecting like they're trying to find gas, but I don't know where the gas station is. It looks weird. Never wear that again. Yeah, for sure. What do you do for a living?
Well, I've been doing music on and off.
What do you do for music?
But I'm in a band, it's like a comedy punk band, Big Neptune. Actually, okay, I'm Bills, and
is that your dad's shirt?
No, I have a lot of my grandparents.
It is?
My dad isn't as fashionable. He's a little more laid back. My grandfather, though, he had this shirt that looked like
more like.
Yeah, a little bit.
What does he wear? The wrong?
Oh, I don't know what that is. Sounds cool.
I didn't think. Your band's called Big Neptune Microwave Oven?
We did a video. I'm like John F.C. I Ballard, the late Angela Ballard, used to like encourage me to do it. I never did it, and
Angela told you to do stand up, and
him and John, yeah, I know. I was terrified because I was and I had like the comfort of people, so it had me a while. It feels good. But to answer your question, I put shopping carts in Sam's Club, so like getting up here and doing this feels very good. That's probably the most degrading. But yeah.
Club is still a thing. You might be able to be. I want to see you get you. Sky ought to be great.
What are your how tall are you? 6. Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude. Undertaker, no nose, WrestleMania 36.
His wrestling name would be Tommy Bahama.
Actually, we had a song, I Want to Be a Wrestler, and it got on the Spanish show. That was on.
Oh, that is so cool. Sing any of the songs?
Yeah.
Can you give us an example of a line from a Dick Neff?
No. We do a cover of I Touch Myself.
Yeah. Should we play the karaoke version or something? Will that help you?
Sure.
What? I mean, I'm not even that's so take it easy.
Actually, our neighbors, Sandra Clano, and because I haven't.
I pick up those names.
Yeah, I know. So,
earlier, but Connor. How long?
Well, there's at least access to actually, another dude from Ohio that I do years of, no, I'm out of breath. I was speaking my thing right there.
I guess it's 4 or 5 cards at a time.
Yeah.
Out of breath. What do you think about Robert? Robert.
Sam's Club's a good job.
You gotta get up on stage. You want to perform. It's obvious to perform.
You got a gig tomorrow in Fresno.
Yeah.
Fuckers.
Alright.
Okay, first set.
So fucking lose. Strength 6 of 10. Have fun.
What club are you performing at tomorrow? Sam's?
It's, yeah.
Hey, you have a time here. He's on Twitter, Rob Comedy, and Matt is on Tony. Nashville, Lansing, Grand Rapids, Detroit, Toronto. Oh, look at that. Ryan Seabelt. Artist, right? Seabelt. Print. Print of it. You can be poster, which actually, no, those aren't for sale, right? Like, oh, it's on there. 5-year anniversary.
Tony put a shirt out there.
Yep, the Kill Tony shirt is available right there in the lobby and online at Tony Hinch.com for my stand-up and for any of those. If you're near your city, you might as well come. back and listen to the two clip episodes. Amazing. Now that you know her from last week on Kilton. And anything else, Tom?
No, thank you guys. It was a lot of fun.
Jeremiah Watkins, a brand new
The most recent guest call me media stands up.
long fun episode together the other day. Chroma Chris.
Put me on Instagram. I dropped a new video from Spider today.
Chris, you didn't say much tonight. What did you think about tonight's episode?
I thought it was untouchable.
He never says. Ladies.
Follow me.
Much fun. Thank you, audience. Fun tonight. All right, we'll see you guys again soon. Come on. Right. The new anniversary poster being framed right now.
Get out box office. Yes, no. Get it at grindjino.com.
Right. And we are having so much fun with this show. Next week we do it again here at the Comedy Store. Our guest Jeff Harlan. That we head to New York City. Well, actually, in New York City, where we hang out all weekend and we do a Kiltonian in New York City already July 15th. And then we go to Montreal, July 24th to the 20th. That's a crazy show, the big crazy theaters. If you're near Montreal, get if you're have a pass for that show and it's sign up. For hilarities, taking Kiltonian and up the next hilarity. The day after that, the next day, August 4th, Fort Wayne, Kilton. You see August 11th, Lexington, Maya, and then August 12th, we do a Kiltony in Nashville, 920 Lansing, Michigan, 21 Grand Rapids. 29th, Toronto, 8th, Toronto, yeah, Chicago. I do Chicago. I just stand up October 3rd. Rescheduled for mid-November for TSA 3. So the live audience, you guys think it's fair that we're thinking for other cities, but thousands of people listen to the world and you're watching the show. Second boner. Sexual performance issues are more common than you think. Over 25% of new cases of guys and the older I get, the more that I used to have to go to the gas station. Those boner pills, you know, that are made in the country. We don't even know what you're using. Sometimes you get a boner, sometimes you're getting inflated. But instead now there's this website, it's called forhims.com. You can actually talk to a real doctor online. You don't have to go to a doctor's office. You get prescribed generic Viagra. Very, very cheap. I think we might even have a deal for it. Yeah, one-stop shop for hair loss, skincare, sexual for men. And you can try him for a month today for $5. Start it for $5. Guys, like for details, this would cost hundreds if you visit the doctor or forhims.com/pill. That's forhims.com/pill. Forhims.com/pill. In fact, they have to go to the doctor's office. Online, answer some questions. It's an exciting time. Use it to your advantage. You guys ready to start this thing or what? This is Phil Tony live from the comedy. I as my guest grades, and this week turning both of them show together. Make some noise for the great Doug Benson and Mark Maron. So excited about that. Killed something. Been a lot of fun lately. Here we are.
Mark is already being cynical.
I like it. I'm excited about it. Mark, welcome back.
Thank you, man. And was I here on the first one? Did I do like the first?
That was the LA Podcast back in the day.
Yeah, but it's like, that's like, never heard of it.
Did this with us up in San Francisco. We had a guy.
Oh my God, that was fun.
Yeah. Yep. Welcome back. A lot of fun stuff's happening. You're going to this. Yeah, he draws every episode.
Yeah, he's throwing, so no pressure. Move around a lot. What happens with police drawings? They're like, the guy moved around too much.
That's why you. I have a bucket filled with comedian names. Like a comedian. The opportunity. Back in the bucket, you in front of panel, audience, listeners, and in the interview, talk with you about anything in the world. Sometimes it's great. They want to kill themselves. Has there been crying? Actual tears fought back for sure. I don't know. Have we seen some fall before? Says yes. Like the I guess I didn't. Yeah, that's what I. Yes.
And where'd they go?
They are here. Before we get to the bucket, every single week we have the funniest, greatest band in the world, or the best band in the land. Make some noise for him. It's Phil Tony. Jeremiah Walker. A minute. Shorter. Every single a magician version of Pocahontas back here, always chilling and fresh off the, I'm the mind so you better watch that. Chris Angel. Chris Angel. Yeah, those handcuffs could be magic or another thing. No magic, okay. Might pull your name out of the bucket if you get 60 seconds. You know, your 60 seconds up when you have the sound of a kitty. That means wrap it up then or bring out the angry West. There. Here we go. So then they hinder. Last week I got into a car accident with a Chinese guy, but since we're both Asian, I ended up sharing. Any Rihanna fans in the house? I love Rihanna. I must say, but I've been noticing that she has a really big forehead. I'm guessing some swellings are due. That is overrated. Here's why. So last night I had $7 in my bank. Today I had $100. See, I didn't look up in the sky and thank God. I thank my mother. Oh, hey there, ladies and gentlemen. I was oh, you weren't? Yeah, do you want to finish it? But that's good. Wonderstone. Yeah, go ahead. Finish it. Maybe the whole thing together. The mommy joke that wanted to be part of that. There's a whole another joke. All right. Actually, saw you post, I think today or yesterday, your that you and so you had four jokes. Yeah, I remember. You saw him like what, social media? Yeah. Posted this all right, well, Mahinda, why don't we play a little game called, What's That Last Joke? Follow me. All right, here he is, Mahinda. Back, I read a news article about this girl that acid by a bunch of assholes. But the worst part is that 50% of her entire body is third-degree burn. But at the end of the day, the girl should be thankful that she was passed. Wow, give me my horse. Did he take you down for the drink? So, hey, how many points? But I think you look back. Yeah, one guy last trying to secure that he's known for, but it felt very. I'm just surprised, like he made it stop. So. Closer. Like this is gonna turn it all around for me. One that makes sense. Knocks and Jeremiah made Mark Aaron. They're older. 28. Here you go, Doug. what do you do for a living?
Acting and right.
Acting and screenwriting. Really? Every New York telling me you don't have some grindy group ups and what's the word in there? Overgrowth.
Thank you for writing my Uber. Here's my card. And they let out. Don't you director?
Don't have a card yet. I've got a good one about my mom giving me money.
My career's going to be when I wear the shirt that has the name of that show on it.
So in there's the bling bling. They roll for this.
If he's not familiar with what it is, he can't, underneath his chin.
You don't know what's around your neck.
God, tell me what I put on today.
Are we supposed to just
Got some ideas? For him?
I'm trying to say something, right? It's only his 8th time on stage.
That's okay.
Yeah. It seemed like the couple of the jokes were almost there. I don't feel like you were just like, oh, it's almost got it. You know what I mean? Like, you're working on the structure. The mommy money joke, but I didn't see it coming. I hear about your timing. Like, it doesn't quite work yet. Yeah, it takes forever for you to get to a punchline. Still waiting for one. But wait, got one more joke.
You guys know hindering his process.
What is it? Indian. The Asian joke didn't quite work because I don't know if people at your age wrong Indian. Yeah, why did you call yourself Asian? Yeah. Oh yeah. So I agree. Americans are Asian. We look at I don't know if anybody really. The other guy, Chinese or Chinese, and what really happened?
It was about to happen.
About to happen. Oh, so it didn't happen.
No, I was on the left lane. Out. And instead of being the right lane, he comes right into
You check where your insurance company right now? Maybe you should add to that joke. We're both like driving shitty. Right?
Maybe some sharks.
Well, there anything crazy ever happened to your Uber? Not really. Nothing. Why?
No one's punched you and you haven't punched anyone. Your Uber. That's not supposed to park, Mark. They made that one regular. Okay. Born in India, raised in New York. Oh, you did the old big joke.
Yeah, that sounds like a good joke right there. Where's that material? Or down.
Yeah, you should be like, I think I'm Asian and I'm from Mississippi and you go.
Well, that seems to be because, like, why were you?
Oh, well,
Are they Christian?
about 12, 13 years.
A long time. You were from 12 to 24-ish.
I mean, 12 to 13 years is how somebody describes a prison stay.
Choice.
I don't know how many years it was.
what are you doing down there? Like, it's, you know, it's not how'd you end up in Mississippi? Oh, like I said, I was 12. I never like my parents with the whole truck. No. Oh yeah?
Yeah, they had the New York hotels and they opened the Mississippi.
Alright. Nice hotel?
Yeah.
Do you work there?
Well,
See, wait, what year was this? Was this after 9/11 that your parents moved you from New York to Mississippi? It really was? You guys knew. About, yeah, in 2000. I think we just solved the fucking crime up there. The original guys that was supposed to be a hijacker. That's why you've been afraid to answer these questions. Wonder if that really is your name. We're gonna let you go. Good job giving part of the federal house. All right, I pulled another name out of the bucket. Here, Jeff Harris. So this is not a social experiment for me. Terrified of being on stage, in front of an audience, and trying to be totally sincere and just laugh. Or not. You know, I guess sucks all around. Yeah, so I guess it's telling me I have to be like, have really high standards for what that means. Like, I don't believe somebody actually likes me until they've fully licked my asshole. Yeah. I walk around at the party being that sad guy waiting for the asshole to be licked. So, socially awkward. But my accent made me feel better. They say, Jeff, what do you like in charisma? You make up for it. Penis and codependency. There you go. Paris, everybody. I love it, but I really love it. Have you ever done stand-up before? For this show? Yeah. Been planning for a while? You know, I have this roommate, I told him about it, and I didn't think I was going to do it, but mortified. Kind of. I mean, I wanted to do it because I saw people on stage getting ripped apart. Like, I would die if I did that. I was like, that's how you put the one asshole like this is what's going on. Yeah. Like, I gotta have something. I gotta have something without asshole. Just do it. Yeah. Asshole lick. Right. Please call that a I just want to get licked because it sounds like you really want. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Does it happen to you a lot? Do you have a girlfriend or a boyfriend? What do you? No. I broke up with a girl. I had a girlfriend. Straight. Why'd you break up with her? Tried to make her lick his ass off. Yeah. Like, okay. Or is he not? Well, sometimes that's some stuff to work out. Yeah. What the fuck? I don't. What do you like to do when you're not the lead singer of Queens of the Stone Age? Right? I like pretty music. Music. What do you? Really? Would that say genre? Yeah, I know. Have you decided that, or have you actually had top 40 songs? No, I haven't had any. I'm not a big deal or anything. I produce music for artists. He makes top 40 music that hasn't been in the top 40. That's the technicality, but yeah. I get it. The top 40 music is just not any of the hits that you produce?
Unless, there's this old couple in Colorado.
I didn't know these aren't bottom 40 hits, by the way. They're even
An old couple in Colorado.
Oh,
Where
it's
would that go?
yeah. I got hired to do a Christmas record
Group of old ladies. Top 40 pop style.
find it somewhere? Is it on the internet?
No. They didn't market it. They didn't market it. You mean they didn't put it out at all?
It's like
can't find here.
Can you give us an example of you ever seen?
Oh, Jesus. No, that's why I produced
Means that a computer to tell them what to do and mix it together.
basic. Yeah.
What makes you don't have any experience? How do you have experience?
Well, I just didn't want to say that I sing because I don't want to fucking sing right now. That'd be worse than if I did a second ago.
You do sing.
No, Jesus. Fuck.
A little bit of the in your parents. Let me have a week on this.
Sing like I'm here, bro. This is it. Sing like you're being fully licked.
You came up here and said that doing this is experiment. Have an uneasy,
Yeah.
basically turned into a rock spoiled nephew. And
Is that true? I think what happened with most people were like, uh-oh. And then this is uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And like,
yeah. What you should I think if you want to be liked, if you just gave them one powerful line, they put their mouth. Wait, hold on. I was gonna say, what really interesting to determine a little diddly.
now the price. Any requests? I'm like at a loss right now. Journey? Can I get? Oh wait, yeah, no.
Jeremiah only knows how to play 4 songs on.
You sing man? Man eater. Do this. You kill yourself? I don't even try to.
Please, national anthem. I thought I got. Alright.
I would just wish her again.
Yeah, it's already done for stand-up comedy. Then you have
You should just see the song and play a nice song. That was amazing.
on the network.
Do the ass hook, make you think like the ass hook guy.
Yeah,
Like when the team like, oh, is that fucking ass hook guy? Yeah, okay. Yeah. But, just trying to get professional advice.
Your ass-licking material definitely ate shit up here. It's motherfucking like what they need. Yes. Your hands are coming back here.
And the singer was trying to get a good job with the church song. He's Barry singing it, and he
What's up there? Christian was
like a guy. Very good.
Put another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Catherine. Here we go. got up.
Yes. And just stops when shit. It's no more. Watch it. Oh, gee. I must spill that.
Alright.
Can I get another diet soda?
Yes.
Can I get another not diet soda? Another thing? Another Doug thing? Yeah, whatever I want.
Put another name on the bucket. Put your hands together for Andrew Rhoda, everyone. Andrew Rhoda. That's it's like the right.
You guys are gonna.
So I was gonna tell you guys about some really sad shit that happened in the last couple of weeks, but about people. So I'm doing a real quick pivot. I'm gonna tell you a story of a thing. Don't fucking interrupt me. So I used to live on Hollow Boulevard for about 9 years, and I was walking home carry out Chinese, and a gentleman that was trying to turn across traffic was displeased, I guess, hated crosswalk. And so he yells out his window, "Move faster, you fucking asshole." So I give him the double barrel for both hands and say, "Go fuck yourself." He throws his car into park, and he's, wow, that's quick. Yeah, story, 30 seconds into your set. How much longer do you think this thing is? Up and gotta hear the end. Yes. Much so he puts his car in park, and he opens his door, and then he comes running up the street at me. I'm like, this escalated really quickly. So I'm running a couple blocks with my Chinese food, and then I dropped my pan-fried dumpling, my lo mein, and he keeps chasing. We get about 2 blocks away from the car.
You ready to circle?
You guys don't know that he didn't, and then it's on him really fucking. And so I go running back to his car. I take the keys out of the
Dishonest in that situation. Not at getting to the end of the story.
I take the keys out of the ignition. Just to clarify, this has been more than 20 seconds.
Yes, sure.
Trying to get it out.
Go ahead. I hope this ends. You kill the guy?
I ran over to the corn train.
You replace it with his grunge band? You got his farm.
Of the Foo Fighters were born.
That flannel shirt, yeah, so the keys you threw him in the storm
I
drain.
took the keys, I threw them in the storm drain, and I fucking ran.
And you what?
Again.
Oh shit, you ran from a phony punchline, and we happen to have that guy right here. Andrew, you did, you fuck.
Yes, this guy smells like middle-aged spirit. Yeah. Hey.
And you're not. You manage.
I work in film finance. His name's Chris Cornell.
Did you have any intention of being funny?
No. Hey, you You're I found out in line.
Really?
Anyone ever told you to look like air in a shower drain if it was a person?
How long did you work at yourself?
6 years. Chris. Unfortunate.
What films did you finance?
Top 40 shit?
Like, the thing that's around your waist, where would you wear it if you were wearing it? It goes over the sweater or under the
I
sweater?
thought it might be cold.
Where are you a guilt that you might eat somebody Scottish salad.
Yeah, stylish guy. No, one with Morgan Freeman, Tommy Lee Jones that got 5% on Rotten Tomatoes last year, which I think sets a record.
Oh God, he used
But it was $25 million.
What was the name of the movie?
Just Face, just getting started.
Get started. All right. Do you know that movie?
Well, I can't call someone who looks like Jesus fuckface.
You were on the push. You dropped him on the stats for like. Yeah.
Actually, what took that field? I worked in investment banking, and then I came out here. You're like this like bad boy nerd. That's why you look like that and everything. You're just sort of like letting it rip like rock and roll fucking numbers. I am a painter.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, if you're asking, I didn't like painting 12 hours a day. And
How was it? It's a real fucking. No, I know. I dated a painter. That was the last day paintings available for looking. Until he's.
oh, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? You're gonna keep your art secret? What are you gonna think about that? These people like .com. Western realism. Cool. Cowboy business. Great. Like horse, like sunsets, maybe a bowl. Saddles, bananas, close-up. You must have to climb over so much pussy to get out of bed in the morning. What's your life like? Crazy? You're into like a women? Yeah. If you like always have cheese. Wrong about that. A lot of painting, like just come up and be like, yeah, that's Western spiritual.
I have a feeling you swing with the Toronto guy.
Yeah, you know what it is. When I got to a point where I was financially secure, I'm like, I'm just gonna painting. He showed pictures. He showed the machine. All of it. Started this flannel shirt and my belt. There's a he's fucking making eyes flannel shirt. Like you said, you come back. Story about how himself. Yeah, hey, we need to nail them. Here he goes. Let's get him out of here. Dan Trump. Another person. Found out about the show I was Rangers to do this. I mean, I'm just died for our sins. Why not do the name out of the bucket? It's Rob Thompson. Rob T. Comedy. Rob Thompson.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? You know, my back is hurting me these days, and I can totally get back. I don't know about you. Makes me think it would probably feel real good getting a back massage from a WWE wrestler. Like, oh yeah, brother, let me get the knots out for you. Oh yeah. Yes. Yes, I am a tall man. My looks do not deceive me. I was born this way, Lady Gaga. nice. That word makes me feel weird. I don't use that word too much. Every once in a blue cut. That was 60 seconds. All right.
There you go, Rob Thompson.
Yeah. Right. This is my third time this year. Did it for a couple years on and off.
One time, 1 year. A year.
Yeah, I was social experiments.
Really, to say, before you said that, you were so natural.
Yeah, I'm Aryan Brotherhood music. I don't know. He's a rich country. I'm the funniest guy of rock, so.
What you do, you retrieve cards for him.
I put shopping carts.
You're the collector of the.
Yeah. There's like a dozen diapers today. They must take that kid to a baby buffet. I don't know what the fuck that was.
Already get it in. Who would have thought that you I'll let the people out of the bucket be funny if they choose to opportunity to
After that lineup,
never really need to be funny if you want. Whatever you're hoping with, that was not in concert with everything else you did, so get whatever that was.
I had this, like, you know, it was some pandering. Yeah. Things.
And it wasn't that much.
It doesn't exist.
Into the dance, you were making for no reason, gesturing, and yeah, I loved it. Loved it. You know, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, you didn't need any. Alright, like, when you went to your hand, is it on your hand, or you just, can you read off your hand?
Yeah.
I like that, why not use that?
Oh, yeah. That's,
What's your,
I'm just concerned for you, I don't care. Like, fine.
Concern? Yeah. What's your love life? The woman right now?
You know what?
Or something?
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's a lady out there. I was doing the thing, and I met a woman that could talk to dogs. And,
yeah, well, and then, here's another bit, and then what happened?
Talk to dogs. I have a child in my house. Not really. And, he was ripping on me for not, I'm not a big drinker, right? For not drinking. So lame, man. We let her in our house for some reason, and she wanted to talk to my dog. Not a friendly dude. My mom was holding him back and going crazy.
Your mom's there?
Yeah, my mom was there.
The dead one?
Yeah, the one that is dead. Because you can part? Yes. Yes. She's back.
Wow.
I live with my mom.
Yeah, what do you do?
So she was getting all close, and she did this energy. I'm not even not. This is reality.
You took the girl to your place. Your dog's holding back the dog. She wants to talk to the dog.
Yeah,
She wants to have a powwow. Chow chow.
Yeah, his tongue like just went. Oh, he like deep throated his tongue. Yeah, it was pretty cool actually. But she also is I ripped kind of.
Oh, another one. DJ Khaled. You're asking questions. Yeah. Okay. Sports?
No, man, no, not no, for big dude, not very athletic. I did like that hockey where you get big. I don't know what it was.
on ice skate.
After Mighty Ducks 2 came out, oh my god, we played street hockey. There's another big here, now I'm going to say that for Fresno. No, okay. No, I don't have any shows. Last week I got chewed out for not knowing there was counting. Oh yeah, you didn't there. No, well, I'm from Chino, so I'm familiar with counting to it, but like born there, and I came back and I'm like, man, my dad must love agriculture, flies, and cows. Their cows here, they're all timid and they talk. After an 80-year-old man comes up to me and goes, "You not know that in county, there's more cows than people." And he left. That's the only feedback I got. Go with that guy. Yeah, I will. Yeah, your act should just be things that. Oh, your act. Yeah. Yeah, I might have a. Magic car fire. And then your mother, the only thing to cheer you up,
part of the UFO phenomenon. And I think the Academy is as a phenomenon. Incidentally, not to run this into the ground, but it's an interesting that I think every researcher has realized, and that is that in many cases, the UFO occupants leave behind some kind of image or memory or something, almost designed to really fix this in the memory of the witness or the abductee, instead of trying to conceal it, trying to make them remember. And I was dealing with a man who was on a hiking trip in Spain, and he has probably had abduction experiences based on a lot of other things he told me, but he was taking a walk out into a rural village, and he said in the middle of this field, as he looked over, he saw a man walking across the field in a silk hat and tails and a white tie.
Oh, my.
This is in rural Spain. And he looked at the man and he thought, well, it must be a magician going out on a gig. He got a job somewhere. He couldn't imagine what in the world this man was walking across the field. And he looked away, and when he looked back a second later, the man had vanished, and there was no trees or anything to hide behind. He just was gone. And he felt very uneasy, and when he came back to his inn where he was staying, he had lost some time. Now, if that experience was an abduction, it might have been. I mean, I have no way of knowing that, but based on a lot of other things I've learned about this individual, the physicist, incidentally, it may have been. Almost, you always say, well, what can we possibly show this man to make him remember what happened to him? And whether it's a guy in a silk hat or a black helicopter or whatever, I do think that there are lots and lots of signs given to really ingrain the memory in the person's conscious mind that something unusual happened. And I don't know why they do that.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I have no idea what to make of all of this, and I guess after all the years that you've been involved, you're still scratching your head to some degree as well.
Right. This is where we have to pick this up, I think. All right. That we know now a great many things about what happened to human beings in these experiences. When I first started doing research in this back in the middle 70s, I discovered things like the screen memory situation. And
you want to explain to people what that is?
What this is? Well, I'll give you a very graphic example. A woman was driving home, and she had some odd experiences in her childhood, but she did not connect this following experience with UFOs until much later on. But she was driving home, and she said this cow came over to her car. This is at night. And the cow looked in the window of the car and had big, soulful eyes. And the cow ran alongside the car, staring in the window, and she was going about 45 miles an hour. was obviously a thoroughbred cow. And all of a sudden, the cow wasn't there, and she got home very late. Well, she didn't see the cow looking in the window of her car, that's for sure. But it's as if in a UFO abduction experience, a person can be made to see something. This is played in on the brain from the outside. And maybe this is something which will make the person remember the experience consciously, at least the unusual quality of it. A little gray man memory, which is very, very... Another woman I was just dealing with recently was driving along, and an owl came down, a big owl, and when it wasn't flying, it came straight. She had to stop, driving a Volvo, and she said the owl just stood in front of the car and stared at her all where she lives. Mm-hmm. Well, the screen memory is a way in which UFO occupants can handle and make people see something that's not there. And that's, of course, creates a big problem when you do research in this, because what a person consciously remembers may or may not be anything like what has actually happened.
How do you break through a screen memory? Can you take somebody into a deep state of hypnosis and break through that barrier?
Yes, that can be done, and that's one of the reasons why we use hypnosis and why it's extremely helpful. And actually, sometimes it's not at all infrequent that you can consciously deal with a person, I mean, with a conscious, unhypnotized state, and ask a few questions. And a screen memory begins to crumble before your very eyes.
Interesting.
A quick example. Two young women driving home in a car from a party in the outskirts of Washington, D.C., came upon a 6-car pileup of wrecked cars. And there was no one in any of the cars, they remembered, and all the lights were on the cars, and there were no emergency vehicles or anything, but there were 6 cars all piled up. And they got home and felt very odd about it, and they got home quite late. And each one, not suspecting anything beyond a big wreck of cars, communicated with their parents by telephone. They were college kids, and when they called them, they said, "Gee, I saw the strangest thing last night," and reported the same story. But what happened is when they looked in newspapers for it and they, made some inquiries, there was no 6-car pileup. And I began asking questions such as, I said, well, did you stop to see if anybody was hurt? Well, no. Why not? Well, and they sort of looked at each other. Well, it was kind of spooky. I don't know. I said, well, I imagine that you stopped at the first telephone and you reported this accident in case somebody was lying on the floor of one of those cars bleeding.
Right.
No, it didn't. I don't know. Well, why didn't you do that? Well, the more they began to examine the fact that their own behavior made no sense whatsoever.
To them.
To them, yeah. And also the fact that I said, isn't it unusual that all the cars would be wrecked and have their lights on? Maybe one car would have lost its electricity or something in the wreck. And I said, was there a lot of traffic there? Because you don't get a 6-car pileup unless you got traffic. No, there was no car around. It was deserted. And every question I asked made them doubt that what they had seen was a 6-car pileup. And under hypnosis, separately, both women remembered a landed UFO, and it was actually an abduction. They had stopped. But the point is that the fact that they remembered both of them remembered exactly the same image, lets you know that this is not a self-generated false memory. What it is essentially is a memory that's imposed upon them from the outside.
Right. Let me stop you for a second. You said that each one of them then later, under hypnosis, recalled seeing a UFO.
Yeah, it was a landed UFO.
Now, that's very interesting because one great charge, of course, with the John McFair and all the rest of it is that there can be stings, there can be lies, there can be imagination injected into all of this, but for both of them to come up with the same story seems rather far-fetched.
Yeah, well, it's of course, one of the big false stories put out by debunkers that this is some kind of fantasy that takes place in a single head, because I've got cases involving 7 people at once. They all remember abduction case. They all remember everything happening in the same way. And of course, the Ray Fowler's book, The Allagash Abductions, which is an excellent book, dealt with 4 men who remembered everything exactly the same way under hypnosis in an abduction that took place in Maine. There isn't any doubt, though, that people can confabulate, and one has to be always very, very careful in their hypnotic technique to very subtly test the recollections of the people.
Well, with the multiple cases in mind, Bud, in all your years of study, have you come to an absolute conclusion about, if not the reality of everything here, which is ridiculous, but have you come to grasp sufficient proof to be able to say this really is what it appears to be, and that is, of course, abduction by others?
Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. One thing, Art, I never like to use the word proof. Proof is how much evidence it takes to persuade somebody that something is true. And evidently, for something like 15% of the population, they don't believe the Holocaust occurred.
I know.
Or that we have blocked the moon.
Let's try this then. The reasonable man test. If you had to go into court and present evidence, could you compile sufficient evidence, in your opinion, to cause a jury to convict if it was that kind of a case?
Well, I certainly would hope so. Of course, so did the prosecutors in the O.J. Simpson case, too.
Point taken.
Are flexible.
Point well taken. All right, Bud, hold on. We're at the top of the hour. We'll take a break here. Bud Hopkins is my guest. The subject is very, very serious. And I'm Art Bell from an area near Dreamland. This is Dreamland.
The busier you are, the more you treasure it.
Ask about the sale on gold. All right, now it's back to Bud Hopkins. And Bud, here's a question that I've got for you. With all your years of research and with the environmental distress that we're having right now, it might be useful to try and understand the motive of the visitors. There are a lot of people in ufology who think that, yes, things are collapsing around our ears, and these guys are going to come down and save our asses. So it might be useful to know what you know about what their intentions are.
Well, there doesn't seem to be any way we can talk about what their ultimate intentions are. I have to say there are 1,000 theories. I don't think we can look to them necessarily to save our asses, as you put it. I don't think that we can do that. Although I fully understand human need for us to want to think that.
Yes.
But you see, there isn't any doubt in my mind that UFOs have been flying around here for quite some time, and certainly in the 20th century, we have many, many sightings going back into just the short term, going back to World War II. And yet I don't know of a single solitary Jewish man, woman, or baby saved from the Holocaust. I don't know that there was any intervention in trying to prevent the Allies from dropping the atomic bomb and killing so many Japanese people. I don't see any sense that there's been any kind of intervention on any level. So if you look back over past history and you realize they've been here but apparently have not done anything to alter things, at least anything that we can see,
then do we presume the prime directive, to use a Star Trekism?
Right. Yeah. Well, that's obviously a rationale, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there's any truth to it, or that, for instance, in the prime directive, that they necessarily would try to help the environment either and intervene there. I don't really know. I just haven't seen any signs of it, and I certainly obviously join others in hoping that there will be some kind of help. But it seems to me they're very single-minded about what they are doing with human beings, and it doesn't seem to involve the environment. Also, something to remember is many times when UFOs have landed, in the cases that I dealt with, for instance, in my book Intruders, when the craft landed and sat on the ground for a short time, the soil was kind of baked into a rock-like hardness and really became almost sterile and wouldn't support life. So it isn't as if we're getting wonderful lush greenery under a UFO. We're getting almost the opposite. I wish we got greenery instead. So I don't see any signs of it, although, obviously there's no reason to give up hope.
Do you make any best guesses about what...
And so forth. As time goes on, our brains should expand, according to the evolutionists, and our bodies will become less muscular, less physical, really, less sexual, that as our genetic engineering is refined and in vitro fertilization becomes common and so forth, everything would point to the idea that we might be moving in that direction ourselves. And it's possible that if they have a 100,000-year start on us, they might have found themselves at some point where they need the primitiveness, really, of human sexuality, of human emotions, of human physical vigor, and so forth. And therefore, in coming here and taking our DNA and setting up some kind of a breeding experiment, creating a hybrid mix, they may be attending to their own problems. That may also ultimately help us in some way, too. We don't really know. But I think that that seems to be the absolute dead center of this.
But I've heard from a number of researchers that, and I have interviewed women who claim to have been abducted, impregnated, and then at a later time shown what they were either told or assumed to be their children.
Absolutely.
How common is that?
It's extremely common. I would say that the vast majority of abductees that I've worked with have recalled, either consciously or under hypnosis, some kinds of procedures inside the UFO which involve removing, apparently, ova and certainly removing sperm, and these artificial inseminations taking place. It's not sexual activity, it's reproductive activity. They're sterile. And they're later shown their purported offspring. Now, this is, of course, what I presented in Intruders, and I think until then we were floundering around trying to figure out why they were doing this, and particularly why they were doing something that I had written about in Intruders, which was picking up people from in childhood and then going back and targeting them again and again as if there's something about that person's development which is important and interesting to the UFO occupant. There's certainly everything about this that would suggest a long-range, long-term genetic breeding experiment, actually. And we have no idea what that is leading to. Various people have different theories, and David Jacobs has spelled out a very, very cogent and rather frightening theory, which he said he profoundly hopes is not true, about what the future holds. But they seem to be absolutely single-mindedly set on that.
If David Jacobs is correct, then we ought to be shooting at them, shouldn't we?
Well, it's a very ambiguous thing. Somebody said, well, maybe you have to interpret this as tough love, on their part. And I said, well, if they're doctors here to fix up the species on the planet, I said, I don't like their bedside manner.
Right.
The point is that...
and then there's another point, and maybe we are shooting at them. There's some very interesting footage. STS-48 and on shows pretty weird things going on in space. And this brings us to, let me ask you about this, but it's important. Do you believe that, A, our government is aware of the intruders, and B, there is, of course, the conspiracy theory that our government has made some kind of deal with the intruders?
Well, the answer to one is there's, to me, no doubt that they know about this. I have absolutely no doubt about that, and I think that actually Roswell is probably only one of a number of UFO crashes. So I think the hardware is there, and I don't have any reason to doubt that whatsoever. So some branch of the government, probably a very, very small, carefully selected branch, is very aware of this, and there is a cover-up. As to whether or not there's been some kind of deal made, I don't think so. And basically, the reason I don't is because it seems to me that they can do pretty much whatever they want to do. They hold the cards in their hands, the UFO occupants. And I don't think, I used to have this amused image back in following that particular theory situation, back in the days of Bush and Dan Quayle, that I had an image of a little gray guy with a clipboard standing with big black eyes in Dan Quayle's office and saying, here, we got a list of 2-year-olds in New Jersey we want to abduct, and we got some insurance salesmen in Long Island and so forth. And if you'll sign off on these, we'll take them and get your permission, and we'll give you something in exchange. And as if they had to do that.
But here's something to think about. Go back further. Go back to Jimmy Carter, who had his own experience.
Right.
Jimmy Carter, who once, when confronted by one of my listeners who was standing in front of him with a book, he had a book, and Jimmy Carter was autographing it for him, and he asked, he said, President Carter, you told us when you ran for office you would tell us what was known about UFOs when you got into office. And he stopped cold and he looked up, because a lot of times when you're book signings, as you know, you just sit there and sign and sign and sign. You hardly even ever look up.
Right.
Jimmy Carter looked up at him, and there was a tear in his eye, and he just stopped. Then there's Reagan, who 3, 4, was it 5 times, said, what if our Earth was forced to unite against an enemy from out there? That's what Reagan said. Now,
right, and plus I believe he had a UFO sighting himself.
Yes.
And,
in other words, were the presidents close to this information? Were the presidents informed, or is it some off-the-shelf, in-the-basement operation outside of government elected?
Well, Art, frankly, I don't know the answer to that. And one of the reasons I think we've made a great deal of progress in understanding this whole crazy business is that we followed Alan Hynek's suggestion, which was to specialize. And I've specialized in UFO abductions. I was talking to Linda Howe once, and she was, of course, specializing in animal mutilations. And I said, well, I don't get many dead cows on 16th Street between 7th and 8th Avenues in Manhattan. It's very hard for me to deal with that subject. When it gets to government cover-up and who's doing what, I have enough information, and some of it from case material that I've looked into, one UFO crash, which is extremely interesting case that's made public. But I have enough information to have no doubt that the government, some branch thereof, has picked up the pieces, so to speak. Whether or not Jimmy Carter knows, or Reagan knew, and so on, or Bill Clinton, I have no idea whether this is some sort of self-contained thing.
Well, thank you for mentioning Bill Clinton. He one of the first instructions, in fact, the first instruction he gave was to find out 2 things. Who killed Kennedy? And whether there really is anything, what knowledge we have about UFOs. Apparently, he was satisfied on neither point.
Right. Well, my guess is that it's so high up in its secrecy quotient, really, that probably some self-appointed or government-appointed some earlier time MJ-12 type of thing, type of organization. If it isn't MJ-12, there would have to be something like it. Might even feel empowered to conceal this from the president on the grounds that until something breaks in a dramatic way, that there's some sort of communication, or we know what the aliens' ultimate goals are, if we could trust them, that the president kept uninformed. Who knows? We do know, for instance, and it's a historical fact, that Harry Truman had not been briefed on the atomic bomb as the Vice President of the United States until he succeeded Roosevelt after Roosevelt's death in April '44. Nobody told him he was the Vice President. He was a very sick president. He didn't know a damn thing about it. Now, this can show you how compartmentalized intelligence communities can be.
Remember the movie Independence Day, right?
Yeah.
The second half of it I thought was pretty sensible, but the first half of it I thought was very provocative because the aliens that came down didn't want to make a deal. They didn't want our resources. They didn't want our women. They didn't want anything except for us to be dead. And that struck me. Now, if that should happen to be the case, and information is being withheld, I don't know how warm and fuzzy I feel about that.
Well, I agree. None of us would feel warm and fuzzy about that. I think, actually, when I examine my conscience, I know that if I felt people were dying at the hands of the aliens or something like that, if there were deaths, if there were things a great deal worse than what happens to people. And what happens to people under abductions, I think of it, I think you could call it collateral damage. In other words, it's not intended. It's very much like when one of our rockets hit the hospital instead of an anti-aircraft battery in Iraq. We didn't mean to blow up the hospital. It's collateral damage. I don't think the aliens mean to cause problems, physical and psychological and emotional, though they do. But if I felt truly that they were deliberately out to do it in some way, and there were deaths and so forth, I think that I would be looking at the whole phenomenon very differently than I do. I would have an enormous rage, and that's what I would be doing. But it doesn't seem to be that. And I must say, this is one of the reasons why the whole phenomenon is so puzzling to the people to whom it happened. Because as one man said to me, he was a pretty strong specimen and well-built, and he said, I couldn't move. He said, I'm looking at these little people who had me paralyzed, and I could have knocked them, here to Kingdom Come. But he said, I couldn't look at them as enemies because they weren't actually doing anything harmful to me. They were just staring at me. And he said, I couldn't sort of look at them as friends either, and I didn't know where to put them. And my emotions were sort of flooding here and there, but they weren't focused in any particular way. And I think that that's one of the reasons people have such trouble dealing with this. They go with all kinds of different emotional rushes because there is no clear-cut signal coming through. We are here to hurt you. We are here to help you. We are enemies. We hate you. We are your friends. Those things don't come through. And I think when you read something like follow some of these various different positions at different times, I mean, Whitley Strieber being a very good example. Yes. He's gone everything from hating them and dread and terror and thinking they're wonderful and they're visitors and bouncing around because I think essentially no one is getting a clear signal from them.
His latest attitude is closer to David Jacobs, frankly. I think that he's beginning to have some rather severe reservations about their motives.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that I don't think anybody can be in this very long, and as I have been, and look at the damage that's definitely done to people psychologically. I mean, as an example, I got a phone call with a police lieutenant in New Jersey who has had these experiences, and he said that the humiliating thing is he can't sleep at night without the covers pulled up to his eyes. And he's embarrassed because he has a wife and a child. The windows have to be closed. He has to have a gun in there. I mean, now this is the man in his 40s, and you could multiply thousands where people have been traumatized, I don't think deliberately on the part of the aliens, as I said, collateral damage. But the damage is very, very real, and there's no way that you can face this day after day and see the emotions people are put through and the trauma without being angry and depressed about what might be the ultimate goal. We don't the ultimate resolution of it.
All right, but hold on. We'll be right back. When we come back, I want to talk a little bit about the reference. We'll be right back. Is dreamologists. Right. And they're the ones who are liable to be thinking that our butts are going to get saved and that these people are the gods, little g or maybe even big G, and they're getting mixed up in ufology. How do you see that affecting things?
Well, I think that you have to, as close as possible, do something like science as we look into this. I mean, we really have to inject it as we can. And we have to also recognize that bound up in every human being's brain is a whole range of fears and a whole range of hopes. Quasi-religious hopes and feeling somebody's looking out for us out there, and fears that we're going to come to some horrible end, that we have just simply got to train ourselves to keep that box of fears and that box of hopes out of the picture and to try to look at this as objectively as possible. And one thing I'd like to mention, because I realize we haven't really gone into some of the patterns of all this, but I would like to, if I could, suggest if anybody's interested in reading about the work I've done and the things that I've uncovered over the years, that I have 3 different books. You mentioned at the beginning Intruders, Missing Time, and Witnessed, but they are available if somebody wants to call the Greenleaf Publications. There's an 800 number, 1-800-905-8367. 905-8367. It's an 800 number, and they actually can take calls as we continue with the program, because they're set up with operators to handle calls.
All right. We also have links on the website to each and every one of your books and your website and Amazon.com. All of that's on my website now, as people are used to. So,
that's terrific, because I think that if people have a chance to read the books, they got a far more rounded picture. Obviously, we're sort of dipping in and out of a vast subject. Obviously, in my opinion, the most important subject that we're talking about right now, actually. And one other thing, we are going to have, for people in the New York City area or wherever, we're going to have a conference on April 10th with a number of people who have been guests of yours. Stanton Friedman is coming, David Jacobs, myself, of course, Jerome Clark, Jerry Clark, who's edited this wonderful UFO encyclopedia, and Carol Rainey, who is doing a piece on at the conference on April 10th about how the media has responded to this. There's going to be a little bit of an inside story on the infamous NOVA program about abductions. Yeah. She's a media person, and I will just give if anybody's interested in getting in touch with us about this information, there's a phone number here, 212-645-5278, and they can receive information. That's the Office to Intruders Foundation. It's going to be a one-day conference. I think it's going to be extremely helpful, just focused on the UFO issue, on the UFO abduction issue.
All right. Well, it sounds like a good group. I'm familiar with everybody. One other issue I want to ask you about, and that's ufology itself. Right now, it's sort of tearing itself to pieces. I see fights going on now, vitriolic fights over the internet and elsewhere, as I've never seen before. It's like there are paid disinformation agents, troublemakers out there right now. I've never, in all the years I've been covering this, I've never seen it as intense as it is right now. That must mean something.
Well, I think we have to thank the internet for making all of this possible, because 5 years ago, before people were busily logging on, if you were angry at somebody, you more or less sat home and stewed in your own juice or something. Sure. But you couldn't make it public to the entire world in 2 seconds. And I think that has elevated. Well, I've often felt of the internet now as being like a giant newspaper that has 230 million columnists and 4 reporters, meaning that opinion is central and actual information is a little bit slower to follow behind, especially with a subject like this.
Well, there's a downside. Michael Crichton wrote one of his books that he had a concern about the internet, and that was that it is becoming so pervasive, so worldwide, that what we're going to end up with at the end of the day is no progress. We're going to end up with the top 10 ideas, and they're going to be the top 10 ideas in Bombay, in Moscow, in Washington, and everywhere else.
That may well be the case, but I think that if you have this plethora of information, theories, opinions, and everything else, it makes it infinitely more difficult for an individual to sort things out. At least when you have, as in New York City, I have the New York Times, which most of the time does a very good job, I think, of sorting out the relevant from the irrelevant and so on, although there's some very, very large lacks, particularly in the handling of the UFO subject. But at least major national and international news get sorted out. But I think when you turn to the internet and you have everything under the sun available to you, you can just walk away staggered and confused. I don't know what the answer to this is. I'm not trying to abolish the internet, but the point is that I think it's made it oddly more difficult for people to be clear about things than it was earlier.
We mentioned, we talked about it a little while ago, the possibility of an off-the-shelf in-the-basement operation sort of managing all of this information right now. The internet, of course, would be an ideal place for any disinformation to be distributed and for any infighting to be instigated.
Yeah.
You agree?
Well, yes, except that because of the mass of stuff, information to be, in other words, we want that voice in a gigantic.
For example, if somebody who had about the assassination, we would be able to see one conspiracy theory to put on the pile unreachable already of conspiracy theories. No, you never know the truth when you heard it. Exactly. Well, that's why I say it. Called it a strange way. When you think about the way I live, going to bed when I get that up and waking up on the front of my bed, the choices that man had, any possible mates, what that person could do with life. I mean, the range is incredibly tiny, but now we're so expanded by the mobility, the new technology, this country, and the internet, etc., that we're almost paralyzed the range of possibilities. I think what's probably a very good thing that I think handouts in general are that effective. Yeah, really, actually, I think smaller government now than we try out. Now, so many voices talking, I think is what this obviously mischief, but I think much of that mischief has been created well, it was very clear that PBS is supported by the people in and by. Well, the thing was, they came to me and wanted me to, in a certain sense, present new cases, and it would be the feature of the program. I realized ultimately that I was the target. At the end, as the second target, but
I'm afraid I got the brunt of it. And what did this approach? They did. I said, let's avoid any cases that involve hypnosis because hypnosis is always a task. Just deal with the cases where people remember them consciously. And as an example, we went to Florida to look at the case that met the people, but I others. They filmed people talking about what they remember consciously having happened to the children. And the husband described for the cameras why standing lying on the floor with him, and he could see the end of a couple other his 4-year-old son out the window. And this is nothing that's dramatic and the most dramatic of the film. On the house floor was also and this little piece of both section and said something like, on the basis of nothing more than a fall and last thing I guess all the photographs of the bodies section experience was very ultimately straight. They did not use it. And then programs there was no. I remember you using words like slander. Oh, I thought it was. There, that's there's no something like that. What was the agenda from the beginning that this is going to be a debunking effort. I was savage. But that is what we got. I had a number of people say that now what we're looking at for many people, right? Their subscription to PBS and so forth, and the uproar of letters to GPS. And of course, driven because to do anything. I come right and then one. That's exactly what the program was. But I'm not going to point a finger at Miller. They had don't get better. There's nothing more. I don't know. I don't if he makes accusations back up a little pretty interesting. Or you know the Cyclops people, right? Yeah. And when I received stuff, yes, I heard the present card that
fragility, just genuine contributing to lack of understanding. Sorry. I thought one of their charges was I would never bring in disagreement. So I brought on who essentially came on the giving of results award to me.
I got it.
There's a and he's
over there, so whatever. And I don't know. I was over that.
Now, to me, Bud,
people ever raise you
and are the believers, and we are skeptics. Incidentally, I was taken to task by a writer, and he just about went through the because a writer writing a book, I think, Alien and something like that. I forget her. So he said, it was put out by the press, and she said in the book that Hopkins is actually more skeptical than Sagan, which the writer of a plastic tip. See, somebody comes at work and says, there's a story of the UFO that's blah, blah, blah. Somebody saw this that happened. And what do you have? Just to start with. Well, you or I could say, well, possibly why that possible person is it really happened. We have three possibilities, but because of this, we can't afford. Oh, absolutely.
It was boy, is a strong closer. Thank you for having me. There you go. Yeah. One of the really am the rest comedy, and it was a pleasure to have you on the everybody. You're in the audience, everyone. One dude down at the Stones, Bonnie plays here, does a lot of fun. Anything else, Caroline? Stand up and look at Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. We good? again, just Detroit to Danny Grand Rapids, Fort Wayne, you're all getting your built. And that's pretty much it. Go to forhims.com and get a t-shirt in the lobby. That's brand new quilts and t-shirts. Nice. First guy wear it for yourself. Maybe it's really a ringing endorsement. That guy comes really good, but still here. The shirt's small. But yeah, good point. The shirt's small. Thank you so much, live audience. We love you. Good night.
The lecture, they were rather upset because I failed at the talk. And they asked me, and quite nervous, very couple. But and one time, the wife said, "Well, have you ever seen anything like this?" And handed me four photographs, snapshots, and all the snapshots were in as if when you print something and you print it in four color process, and that's what it looked like. And I said I hadn't seen anything like this, and I said in the same old film, and they looked at having to do with the trip that they made when they took their children to a playground. Little picture, and then we did the
Everybody has to do it. Make some noise, everyone. Come on. It's a real live show. Our name looking fine, everybody. Here we are. 5 years and number one live podcast. Ryan G. Belton here. That's an official artist right there. All the great artwork. Yeah. Like that, right?
and at one point,
Tony, drawing you was it
sort of false lead up, but was your husband, like you look at it, and I'll tell you what, you asked her this, they took her away from the program, but then it was her, she was not I won't even go into. At the end of it, and when they go down, the husband puts the camera down, and they all walk over, and they anything more than, and they drive their home. So it was actually, there was a husband, and as he was taking the pictures, he was feeling all of a sudden, going up, and he here. again, I asked a little leading question deliberately.
Enthusiasm, he's a gold comedy special from Chicago, Illinois. The great, powerful, it's third or fourth the show. We love him. Thank you so much for Jeff Garland, everybody.
Broken or something, and she waits till he moves it. And then she went outside that she had gotten back, and he said, I should drive to Chicago. Which would suggest that when the abduction
Look at this. Bring you this fast. Oh, wow. Wow, this is very news fast.
At some point, those are rendered invisible. Yes, exactly. I think that the fact that the electric eye camera success. There was nothing telling them to break no physical. Obviously, I'm not a big speculator, my guess. Try to find somebody who happens to people and dimension beings or dimensional shifts that are occurring to well, actually, in a certain sense, I just try to avoid making I don't any theory. It's not really possible. Yeah, the issue is that one of the said that he didn't African or any
He didn't sort of endlessly complicated it is. Series of hypotheses. I leave that to others, and I go. True. Yes, you live in New York. How do you taking what we know? Well, I think all of us have been slowly eroding over the years the assurance that these publications. I'm cautiously optimistic that somehow or other the public, what the polls show us, the public understands that something is going on out there that has not been explained successfully by the debunkers of the government or anybody else. Therefore, think that as long as the public is curious, that we're going to have free media. I think a thoroughly objective look at time itself has happened today. And others, I mean, I'll be doing some, well, actually, cable television interviews tomorrow. We're doing this program as we speak. I'll be receiving Nippon on the coming morning show. I believe the 17th of the month. A lot of media coming up. Short information. I think that has a chance of being a pretty good show. Japanese television, for some reason, and maybe for years now, has been taking this whole thing seriously in the American media. Art is kind of funny. I got a call a year or so ago, a reporter from the Manchester Guardian, and his, of course, was most prestigious and newspaper here. And he said, Mr. Hopkins, I'm curious to know if you can answer a question. Why do you think the mainstream media is becoming more interested in the subject? And I said, well, me, why don't you answer the question yourself? Why did you pick up the phone to call me? Because it's extremely interesting. But surely, if one person, one interest, other people get interested, why the person begin with. So, slow. It's going to be obviously very gradual. Having been in this since, having paid attention to it since I had my UFO sighting 35 years, actually 1964. In those 35 years, I mean, it's an unbelievable shift. I feel cautiously optimistic. But still, the New York Times, good old great, just simply cannot accept the possibility something may be going on. Well, Chuck and the audience and a lot of material that may or may not be true on the program. I have a very open forum here. I am very much a skeptic, with the exception of one thing. I one very encounter sighting myself, and you cannot have that. About 4 years ago, you can't have that happen without it changing your life in really measurable, serious way. No doubt about it. So, other than that, other than what I saw with my very own and my wife saw at the same time, about everything else, I'm skeptical. I hand on it. I can't be so. And I know something's wrong. I guess that's about where you are. Yeah, exactly. Incidentally, I listened to media. I just did the bar show on Monday. Oh, you did? One more thing that I forgot to listen. Of course, shows like that. I'm curious. Come on. How did she treat you? Well, I liked her. I found her to be very genuine and funny. Obviously, and she'll something funny and play with it a bit. But she generally, it was an extremely funny mark at the beginning. She says whatever comes into her mind, not just trying to be outrageous or something, but an abductee young man named Dwight. There's about a hold that. We'll be right back. About a short is dreamland. Is dreamland. Almost myself to say, all right, back to say, all right, back to that's Machines for Bud, the talk show mind. Here's a second of silence. It jumps in automatically. Something like that. All right, so this is news. Whole hearing. I really first bring. Well, it's something that actually David Davis, I think, was the first person to make this public in electric, perhaps 8 or 9 years ago, out of Santa Barbara. It's something that I think many suspected, but it this evidence via the photographs, the fact that the water faucets would not work, basically their electric being, whatever. That's physical, mechanical evidence that people see UFO occupants, abductees, or whatnot here with your very eyes, and we never that was just perception, as if they're being somehow damaged or whether they did that. I think we have to face the idea that such things. I have a which is not investigated at all, but it's just a report that a woman and her daughter told me about this. She's driving in through fog slowly, and they crashed into something which they could not see, and stopped the car. And when they got out to look, the car was dented in a perfect curved line, just something that was bulging, curving, had been sitting there that they had run up more or less underneath and dented their car in. See it as if there was in fact a crash there. But I think a lot of questions sound like this, buttress this idea, at least, that this is the issue, and I and so science fiction and so forth. We're facing a technology beyond anything that we have ever run into on Earth, and it sounds off the wall, but of course, excuse me, if we are dealing with some non-human and survival thing. I was in Illinois, and I have fond memories. Thank you for that. I was thinking about the kinds of things, the alien abduction, or tinkering kind of thing. There's something really funny going on. We have this thing type of thing everybody keeps talking about, the scientists can't explain. An evolutionary sentiment. Yeah, exactly. Good point. Westly and exponentially. Exactly. And I was just kind of curious if you had comments on that. All right, let's put it into a very distinct question. But there are many, many, many people who think that in our evolutionary progress, or perhaps lack of it way back when, there was, like, as in 2001, some sort of intervention at some point. Right. What are your thoughts on that? Well, it's certainly possible. I would never count that at all. I'm afraid that I'm outside my area of expertise, though, in terms of the issues involved in evolution. I know that recently there were some discoveries made which were quite widely written about of something that does, I think, almost a whole skeleton of a creature that seems to be something of a missing link. So perhaps the missing parts are getting filled in. I don't really know, but there's beings of a higher intelligence to do all kinds of genetic engineering might just help along at some point. I just don't know enough about the evolution of man, their technical to have a firm opinion about it, but certainly possible. Absolutely. Thank you for your comment. Very good question. I've always been curious. There's at least a possibility, even with mainstream science, with that period of time missing such an opportune moment in our history. Oh, and of course, I believe it was Crick posited the idea that we had been artificially seeded by DNA that happened to be floating. And then there's fiction. And of course, there's fiction. There are all sorts of theories and evidence and so on. Then there's one more thing, though. Well, there's one other thing that's very curious in our research. That, of course, in 1948. Mm-hmm. When you look at the whole Corso, and I think I spent more hours interviewing the late Colonel Corso than anybody in the media. Mm-hmm. You go look at that time and technological capability. I mean, there's no question about it. The transistor, all of that's a little foggy when you start looking into the lab. The jump we took right after the alleged crash at Roswell, idiotic performance of the Air Force recently trying to debunk Roswell. When you look at all of that, there's a kind of a suspicious little period right around the alleged Roswell crash that should be telling us, or may be telling us, as well. Well, if we have wreckage process, and my personal belief is persuasive we do, and have scientists who have heads on their shoulders, and we certainly do come up with the atomic bomb and all kinds of other things. Said something to this effect. She said, wouldn't it be more interesting and nicer to think that there are mysteries out there that we haven't solved, and that something like this could possibly be happening? To engage our minds and imagination. She said, isn't that better? But he said, no. No? No. He said, no? He said, no. And she sounds like Joe Nichols. That was quite amazing to me. If anybody would see that, and I think such as the one you just described, Okinawa, are extremely interesting. And of course, I mean, there are mysteries in all sorts of areas. Nice one for you. I don't know if you know, but they've uncovered what appears to be an ancient circle in Miami about this yet? Nothing. They tore down a building, put up $100 million project, and archaeologists, right in the middle of the building they tore down, have discovered the circle that approximates exactly, and in my they're to put it down and concrete over it, move it, save it. What they're going to do, they have no idea. But when you get to look into it, it's absolutely fascinating. Shows on it, and we've got them delayed, but the bulldozers are ready.
Right. I can see the battle between the people who are extremely curious and interested in the archaeologists and the poor man who bought the property.
Same paradigm that are ready to collapse revelation regarding UFO and whoever they are challenged by something so old that it simply cannot be explained. The same exact paradigms, religious, institutional paradigms, are all challenged.
That's true, but there's a major difference. If it happened a long time ago, it's elsewhere on the moon or something, Mars or whatever. That's the paradigm that you just explained. However, on that, the way that the UFO phenomenon is going on, and something affecting men, women, and children, frankly, in the United States and around the world.
Yes, but if there was once a technological civilization out there that came and went, and the important part here is went.
Yeah.
That means the same possibility exists for us.
Oh, exactly. But the reality of this being so, this is why I'm so involved in working abductees. This is something that happened last night to somebody. I've actually phone calls times to people who just recovered from an abduction experience maybe 5 minutes before. And in a way, it's very hard to get quite as exercised about something. I mean, even Stonehenge would be history, and I reproduced it in a little book I did called Spaces. My own temples that I make and temples around the world. So I'm just totally drawn, fascinated by that. The idea that I'm a human being right here now, and there's probably people in this country who have been taken.
No doubt about it. But he's been talking. You have a very quick question.
Yes, I do.
You're on the air. Go ahead.
Yeah. Question. I was wondering about traumatic abduction and understand so. I was wondering if in all your years of research and investigation, you come across anybody who has come away from an abduction positive or any sense of happiness from it.
That's a good question.
Almost every abduction experience involves a range of emotions. People are often absolutely terrified, and they can almost like calm down. They feel almost a little high, and then they can go through anger. They can go through a lot of emotions in the same experience. So it isn't as simple as I had a good experience, I did not have a bad experience. All the experiences are emotionally extremely complicated, and I think it's again trying to push it into the good guys or bad guys particular polarity. It doesn't go there. The experiences are intrinsically complicated emotions.
Done a wonderful program. We're out of time. We do have enough time for you to give any contact information you would like to give or upcoming event information.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Doing our Truth Foundation conference April 10th. People can contact information about it by calling 212-45-5278. Leave their name on the answering machine. Or they can write if they've had experience. IS, that's the Truth Foundation. It's box 30233, New York, and the zip is 10011. And if people are interested in any of the books that I mentioned, that's calling 1-800-905-8367. And they can get information about ordering the books. But I would be very interested in hearing from people who feel that they may have had similar experiences similar to the ones we've discussed. And I want to thank you, Bart, very, very much for, as usual, an extremely intelligent and interesting series of questions and discussion. I appreciate very much what you've been doing here. Thank you, Bart. Good job. Thank you. Take care. That's Bud Hopkins, folks. At the top of his game. No question about it. I'm Art Bell, and for tonight, that's it. From the new Good night. This is Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas not saved nor need to put in a box. Things seen as awakening a part of the mind as yet not back. Things every is here, but don't see. Them next, this time, Dreamland. And we'll get back to I would say a question. I do promise you telephone line shortly, so stay right there. Harvard Professor John Dr. Mack. Dr. Mack, what about talking about the way people are affected by this? What about the general how are they affected? Well, sometimes like one man I remember and then something else. What? Back change. A lot of times when people have money, that they will work with other God will body. And there's no pattern phenomenon be so kind of perception that is not an expression and background. With all of this about what the focus of what the psychology is what the pattern that tends to some kind of
There he goes. It's Hoppy, everybody. We met him. On Twitter, it's J.A. Hoppy.
All of this has been finally again, I don't know of an actual pregnancy tested for and then found to move. There's no question of some physiological changes occurred and then they experience that's it. I'm very leery about saying our reality. That's what you said in things are strange and not necessarily in our reality. It doesn't make it real. Okay. If they're not necessarily real, but for example, and nobody's actually here as a world and environment. But that is not a belief. Powerful. That's one countries that have this whole good looks like them. That's the whole good know that they have no control of what they ever see again, and that they somehow they're bond with and very phenomenon that they eat from house and that fall. All right, so that's one thing. That's the whole thing. There's another very powerful part of it. Another powerful part has to do with what might be logical message. The message comes to you are only. So you're just destroy as a kind of giant marketplace disposed of one has developed a technology of agriculture, mining, power to surface resources and destroy the earth as a living. And over and over and over again comes from the house itself can't go on. It's not yours. Now, do you get something like as our simply as concerned? There's nothing that suggests that those often have that those kind of grown soft ways, but there's nothing soft in the way about it. The hard edge reality. Man seems that tremendous power takes so much enormously, not environmentalists very often hadn't thought about these on the hand, but I'm just a simple person. What am I supposed to do about that? You know, and we need to find it. Active parents about other women that this message begins study college in class and that in their course. And then had a very powerful question time really define what some of the most extraordinary very powerful part of it. Often I think better than saying this directly they interface from some divine into closer but those